Open at 10 o'clock. A couple of reminders, we're being live webcast. We've got the electronic attendance protocols in place, being a secure place. No driving, turn your camera on when you are speaking if you're not here. Be present in the meeting, ensure your phone is turned off and it will be released on silent. Ooh, check my own one. Righto. Attendance by electronic link. Councillor Filipina, Councillor Lotu if required. Do I have to get that approved?
No.
Rightio. Apologies. I've got apologies for lateness from Councillor Filipina on council business and Councillor Sayers.
Councillor Newman.
Eh?
Councillor Newman as well for lateness.
Oh, Councillor Newman also for being late. Early departure, Councillor Foley. Any more apologies? No. Early departure from... Hey? Righto. Mover of apologies, I'll move those. Councillor Hills will second those. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. Declarations of interest. Any declarations? Never had one of those yet, have we? Confirmation of minutes. Anybody read the minutes? Mover and seconder. Moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Henderson. He just shifted his hand onto his head. So, all those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. Last items not on the agenda, none known. Petitions, no petitions. Public input, none received. Reports referred from the Regulatory and Safety Committee to is 8.1. Councillor Bartley, would you like to introduce the report referred from the Regulatory and Safety Committee? 8.1.
Kia ora katoa everyone, Cook Islands Language Week. Thank you very much to the officers for their work on this, Paul, Veronica and Magda. So this report is from our committee, and it is the recommendation to incorporate the display of food grades into Council's Eat Safe Auckland food grading program and to allow the food safety information bylaw to expire. As a committee, we were pretty worried and we were trying to get our heads around what does this actually mean out in the marketplace for our communities. And we had an extra workshop to go through the food grading program and to understand more about the Food Act and the implications of this bylaw being allowed to lapse. This bylaw was introduced at a time when councils had fewer enforcement options for dealing with food safety issues. Since then, we've got the Food Act, which has replaced food grading as a regulatory tool and granted us much stronger powers and penalties to ensure the food sold in restaurants, cafes, and takeaway shops are safe. The bylaw's only function was to enable council to prosecute a business for failing to display a food grade. And this bylaw, this enforcement action, has never been used and no longer serves a practical purpose. Instead, what is used is an educational approach of displaying food grades without mentioning the bylaw, and focus our enforcement resources on ensuring food businesses comply with the Food Act. Given the bylaw has never been used, allowing it to expire would have no noticeable impact on food businesses or the public. Our Eat Safe Auckland program will continue to issue food grades to eligible business, publish grades online, and require participating businesses to display their certificates as they do now. This approach ensures food grades remain available to Aucklanders while removing a layer of bureaucracy that no longer serves a practical purpose. If we were to go out for consultation, that will be 20,000 spent on public consultation when we already know from officers' reports that the bylaw isn't needed. So we were also thinking about the cost to ratepayers. Allowing a bylaw to expire is not new. We took a similar approach in 2023 to allow the indoor domestic fires bylaw to expire because it was also found to no longer serve a practical purpose. Myself, committee members and the staff are happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
Thank you, Vet. Would you like to move it? And
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, happy to move it.
I'm happy to second it. But okay, this is quite exciting, getting rid of rules. I'm beside myself with joy here. Perhaps I could get Paul and Veronica to answer any questions. That was quite fulsomely explained by Councillor Bartley.
Yes, I appreciate Magda's notes. It explained it much better, but I'm happy to answer questions too. Anyway, over to the staff.
Is there anyone to add to that, Paul?
No, Your Worship, nothing to add.
Any questions about this? Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thanks, Your Worship. Thanks, Chair Bartley, as well as the team. We did have a really good discussion at the Regulatory and Safety Committee, and straight after that meeting, we saw the media come out with some quite negative, headlines and story about what had happened. And did you respond to that? I mean, I'm assuming that you saw what was written in the media, and that reflected some of the fear that we had as committee members when we were talking about removing the bylaw. And the fear is that retailers, as soon as it's removed, there'll be no compulsion on them to actually display the food grades. And perhaps the reason why it's never been used is because of that. There's no need to enforce if people are abiding by the rules. Can you respond? Did you respond to the media articles that we saw? And do you have anything that you'd like to say about that? And then my second question is around what Councillor Bartley's just explained. I don't know that that's very well articulated in the public. And is there something that you as staff are able to do to make sure that that message gets out a bit more clearly?
Yeah, thank you. We were aware of the article and did respond pretty quickly to get some corrections made. We had drafted an explainer, but everything stayed pretty quiet, and so we hadn't put out any further information. The intention with this is to not share any information proactively, and we have a pretty carefully thought out explainer that we can share depending on the outcome today. In terms of messaging for the public, the key point is grading remains the same and that there is no change for all intents and purposes for the businesses and for Aucklanders, for our customers. Anything to add, Paul?
Kia ora, thanks. And if you can share that explainer so that we can share it in social media and with constituents that might contact us as well.
Yeah, I think if that's something that we'd look to share on our Auckland.
Patterson Hammond, please.
Kia ora, I'm not on the subcommittee, so apologies if this is ground that you've trodden over already. I said a couple of quick questions. So is the idea now that or are you anticipating that businesses will be incentivised enough by the ability to display an A grade that will kind of keep most of them displaying anyway, and the signal to the public to maybe think again is if you cannot see any grade. Is that sort of the idea?
Partially. So about 98, almost 99% of businesses are an A grade. As part of the review for the bylaw, the majority absolutely said they would continue to display the grades. At the moment, when we issue a grade, there is no reference to the bylaw. We don't take any enforcement under the bylaw. We have had, I think, 9 complaints over the last 3 years regarding grading, and that was all administrative. It wasn't about lack of display. And so it's not an issue that we foresee being particularly of concern.
Okay, cool. The other question I had was, I suppose, by being governed now by the Food Act in this regard rather than a bylaw, does that mean that it's nationally consistent? So if you're going on a road trip from Tito to Whangarei, and stopping off everywhere along the way, you've got the same expectation. Is that part of the incentive for killing the bylaw? Not killing it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so the Food Act, which came in 2014, absolutely is the primary piece of legislation. There's nothing in the bylaw now that has anything to do with food safety, just purely display. And so those standards are national, and that's what people would expect, is keeping their food safe.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
If I could just add to the responses? Is that
Yes,
right?
please sum up. Thank you, Councillor
Okay.
Bartlett.
All right. So it's not a breaking down or lessening of any rules, because you've got the Food Act there. And when the grade is sent out to the takeaways or the bakeries, it will still have the same letter that's attached to it, which requests that they still need to display the certificate. So there's no weakening of the situation. Like, food safety is still the priority, and we've got the Food Act there. They will need to display it because it's part of the Eat Safe program, that they display the food grade. So that means the bylaw is redundant, because it's already going to have to be displayed. And then you look at it from the other angle, from the consumer side. If people don't see a food grade, then they're going to go somewhere else, because you will think, why aren't you displaying a food grade? Have you got something to hide? So if shops don't want to lose their customers, it's to their benefit to display their food grade. So I hope that helps explain the situation out there. But really, the bylaw is redundant because the requirement to display is already there through the Food Eat Safe program.
Well, I think that's quite clear. On that basis, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. Thank you very much for the work you've done on that, all of your team and Councillor Bartley. We'll move to item 8.2, transport reform. Governance decisions. Councillor Baker, you and Councillor Henderson have been going to all the local boards about this, and thank you for that. Would you like to say anything before the staff kick off? There is a chair's recommendation going up for recommendation about the political reference group for the city centre, which you've all got and who's on that. And so I'm going to note here that Toby was going to be here, but he's not here according to me. But just Andy and Councillor Baker and Councillor Henderson, anything you want to add to this? Councillor Baker.
Oh yeah, just in a similar vein to what Joe just did. So just want to acknowledge the work that's been done to get through this. It's it is a tricky thing, and it's a very, very important thing, and just acknowledge, I guess, the really good conversations that are happening at local board level, well not level, at local boards. They are, from Shane and I going to all of the workshops between us, their questioning is really on point, and it shows that they have their heads around what's coming and why, and so I really want to commend them for that. It's I am sure we're going to get some really, really good feedback when local boards give us that feedback, and it's for them to give the feedback, and not for us to assume that we can speak for them. So, I'm really looking forward to that, and just want to commend them and the team. It's a 45-minute presentation. I think I've got 4 tomorrow and 4 on Thursday. My head will be spinning. But it's really good work, and so quality feedback I'm sure will be coming, so well done.
Oh, I just agree with Chair Baker. Thanks to staff. It's a very complex piece of work, and it's required a lot of mature conversations and thinking. And just to echo what Andy said, the local boards have been extremely impressive and have been really great governance partners in this process, and will continue to do so. So yeah, just delighted that we're here, really. And thank you very much.
Okay, we'll go to the staff presentation from Megan, introduce Rebecca and
Kia ora, thank
Andrew.
you. Mr Chair, councillors, thank you for having us today. I'm a very poor substitute for Toby, so I will answer to Toby or Megan this morning. And to my right, I have Rebecca McEwen and Jared as well from Auckland Transport to help with the presentation and to answer any questions. Thank you to Councillors Baker and Henderson for the introduction. It is a complex piece of work. We are trying to make it as simple as possible, and we are working to work really hard with the local boards as well, as Councillor Baker said. So what you have today is a set of recommendations that the Mayor has said that there's a chair's rec, but you have a set of recommendations which start with some in-principle decisions. We're not asking for your final one because we haven't got the final set of suggestions and feedback from local boards. We will come back to you in September once we have that. The second part then, though, are a set of recommendations that we believe you can make a decision on. And the focus here is that the governing body has the requirement to allocate non-regulatory decision-making between itself, the governing body, and local boards, to look at responsibilities between local boards and governing body, to establish the governance arrangements that the governing body wants to put in place in order to meet their responsibilities, to make those decisions. Also, the extent and level of staff delegations are important as well. So we're going to touch on all of those things. We've got a few slides that will hopefully just take you through, and hopefully the recommendations are clear enough with the in-principles at the beginning, and then the decisions we're asking you to make today. Rebecca, I'll hand to you. Thank you.
Kia ora, thanks Megan. So just to touch on the progress that we've made to date and also the focus of today. So a significant amount of work is underway to operationalise transport reform. Some decisions, as you can see there, such as the Auckland Roading Classification Framework, bylaw amendment approach and policy and plan transfer approaches decisions have already been made last week. Decisions today focus primarily on the governance arrangements and allocation of responsibilities and delegation settings. And I understand tomorrow you have got a workshop on local board funding arrangements where we have got a recommendation that funding sits in the long-term plan process. So just, I suppose, a quick recap that the legislation provides local board powers directly through Schedule 4 and bylaws on local and collector roads. The types of decisions that local boards will be accountable for are summarised on the slide, but these include parking and stopping controls, traffic controls, corridor and network access permissions, property and landowner decisions, road naming on local and collector roads, and some infrastructure decisions such as the power to construct and upgrade cycle tracks or paths. Quick update on a couple of changes since the workshop last week. We had questions in the workshop around the wording around the Eden Park delegations that we were suggesting. We have changed the language, and you'll see that in the report, so that decision makers must consider the impact on Eden Park operations. And in terms of corridor access request conditions, we have updated the Package B staff delegations to reflect the disruption impact. So that was a request from the workshop, and we're suggesting that staff delegation is for low or moderate impact sort of disruptions, or where the high impact can be mitigated. Where there is a high disruption corridor access request that cannot be mitigated, we're suggesting that that be referred to the Road Controlling Authorities Subcommittee. So just recapping what we are sort of seeking today. So as Megan touched on, we've got some in-principle decisions, and that includes the allocation of non-regulatory transport responsibilities between governing body and local boards, and that's covered off in recommendation A. And just to note that this is intended to cover off local placemaking being a local board responsibility. Second, the delegation of certain statutory powers over and above what's already provided for in legislation. That is covered off in recommendation B and C. And these decisions from you today will enable us to seek that formal local board feedback. Thirdly the agreement that transport funding should continue to be largely program-led while retaining a locally bound component that allows local board to respond to local priorities. That is covered through E and F, and that also includes that our recommendation should be that is further developed through the long-term plan process. So decisions from you today are largely around operational governance, and the first is the establishment of a road controlling authority subcommittee. This subcommittee is intended to provide a focused forum for road controlling authority decisions, and just to reiterate that all bylaw decisions that require resolution will need to be made by elected members and cannot be delegated to staff. We're also recommending, as part of the report, that there are changes to the governing body terms of reference, and those sort of recommendations combined are covered in G, H and I. And finally, we're recommending the establishment of a city centre political reference group to support staff decision-making in the city centre precinct and to provide elected member insight on significant city centre matters, and that's recommendation J. In addition, we are seeking approval of the proposed staff delegation package B and the associated thresholds. So the decisions sought today are fundamentally about enabling implementation. They allow staff to begin the detailed business processes and governance mechanisms needed for the transition on 1 October. This includes, but isn't limited to, dispute resolution processes, call-in arrangements and reporting mechanisms for delegated decisions. Approval today will also enable structured engagement with local boards on allocation and delegation matters. It will allow the development of guidance tools and training resources to support elected members and staff as we move into the new operating environment. Overall, today's decisions provide the foundation for a smooth and practical transition to the transport governance model. We believe that the recommendations provide a pragmatic starting point that balances effective governance, local input and operational efficiency, and we have considered feedback from elected members throughout. They provide a clear pathway while providing and preserving the opportunity to refine arrangements following experience after the first year of operations. And back to the chair.
Thank you. Have any questions of the team out here? I have a small one to kick it away there. In the local and collector roads, there's a heading there of cruising. Quite exactly what does that mean? No, it's not a collector road on a boat.
Cruising is, it's kind of like a boy racer activity where you've got multiple cars heading on kind of convoy along a road, or one car repeatedly going up and down a road showing off loud engines. So it's a kind of you know, the kind of boy racer cars, and it's a restriction that gives the police powers to remove them from the road.
I take it that's quite well defined somewhere. That sounds like an opportunity for misinterpretation.
Yeah, that's defined in the Land Transport Act.
In your day, I think they called it bodgies.
Cultural advice, thank you, Councillor Fitcher. Councillor Baker, and I've got Councillor Gillen, Morrison, Williamson and Turner in that order, please.
Yeah, the cruising question is one that pops up every workshop. So, but yeah, just my question is in regard to the placemaking sort of aspect of you know, the decision making. So, can you confirm that there is a mechanism that does or will exist local boards and communities through, who've got bids and things like that, to exert appropriate influence through a placemaking lens in the likes of town centres.
Thank you. Absolutely. So we see the allocation of the non-regulatory responsibilities between governing body and local boards in to be able to give that responsibility for local placemaking to local boards. What you won't see in the recommendations is the processes to enable that. So after decisions today, the intention is that staff shift focus and start developing the detailed processes required, and that will include sort of enhancing how we enhance the current kōkiri process, how we develop local board work programs, regional programs, and also how community engagement works, and that would include the ability for business associations and community members to input into that sort of forward work program and project process as well. So that's the focus for us over the next 8 weeks leading up to 1 October.
Councillor Gillen, please.
Thank you. In the I'm pretty happy with all of this except for I've got questions about the delegations. Now, in the delegations, you've got a lot of mention of the general protocols. There is a brief summary in the report, but can you just go through what the general protocols are, please, for staff delegation? And will there be an opportunity prior to decisions being made on these items, or will the Transport Committee or the new subcommittee not find out about decisions being made under the general protocols until after the decision has been made by staff?
Thank you. So just to sort of recap what those general protocols look like, and for anyone in the report, it's paragraph 57. So we've got the guardrails of staff needing to operate within current policies and guidelines, sort of a no surprises approach for any areas that may involve reputational, financial performance or political risk, and setting up an agreed frequency of reporting on work programs. We have included in here a protocol around being able to call in the delegated authority. Now, that's not something that currently exists, so we're proposing to build that into an update to the terms of reference of TID subcommittee, and we're looking to bring a report to the TID on the 25th of August, where we'll go into a bit more detail on that. I think that covers the bulk of the thinking that we've done to date. So again, similar to the last response, after we have decisions today, work over the next 8 weeks will be how we stand up these mechanisms. To the question around will there be an opportunity to call in a decision ahead of time, if it's one that's been delegated to staff, I think the answer is probably not, unless we sort of deploy that no surprises approach where staff are worried about the impact of a decision and sort of opt to refer it back to the committee.
Thank you. So with that in mind, and that the committee will have the ability to recall decisions, but only if they know about it, and they may not know about it because it's being undertaken by staff. Can you please tell me why, in the list of delegations, you are recommending that some quite contentious items sit with staff, including the installation of speed bumps on arterial roads, bearing in mind that after the decision last week, arterial roads include any road over 5,000, in general 5,000 vehicles per day, when AT's current code of practice is it should be around 25 to 40,000 vehicles per day. So the question is, why are you recommending that staff have the delegation to determine where speed bumps will be installed on arterial roads?
Yeah, I guess the approach taken was which controls don't require resolution, so it could be made by staff. So that was one of the ones. Installation of a road hump could be made by a staff decision. Currently, the same applies at Auckland Transport. We've got the resolutions for the TCC, and staff has the power for road humps. In actual fact, staff don't really end up making these decisions for speed humps because they generally require other measures like breaking yellow lines and subsequent controls on top of it that do require resolution, so it'd have to go to the kind of subcommittee. So it was a mechanism saying, well, if there's something kind of simple, the staff could make the decision. So that was the kind of basis for it. But I don't think if the change was that governing body subcommittee was to make that decision, I don't think it would have any impact on the workload, because most of them would kind of go to them anyway.
Sorry, you say there won't be an impact on workload if we changed it so that delegation actually sat with the committee. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
then my next question is a similar question. Currently, you're proposing delegations for all new cycleways to be sitting with staff and not come to the committee. So what's the rationale behind that, please? Because that's, again, another contentious thing that I believe should be sitting with elected members. So as part to protect staff as well, because we know that that can be controversial in the community. But is there a rationale for saying that cycle paths should be sitting with staff? And that's under infrastructure number 1 and 5.
Yeah, so cycleways, so we've got the cycle lanes, which is a special vehicle lane, so that's on the road, so that does require a resolution. Cycleways being off the road, they don't. So a similar kind of comment to the speed humps. It would be a very low volume decision if we were just implementing that off the roadway as a standalone type of measure. Generally, it would go with other measures on the road.
Same question about speed limits. So you're looking at delegating all speed limits for arterial roads and all the faux arterial roads to staff. Can you please just elaborate on that one?
Yeah, so the speed limits, generally you need a speed management plan. And then if it aligns with the speed management plan, that would have to be approved by the governing body, or if it's a local and collector road, by the local board. So then staff would have the power to make the decisions that align with that plan. If it's not in alignment with that plan, then from memory, I might have to check, staff don't have that delegation. Okay,
then there's also like pedestrian crossings, community-led play, roadway, artwork, disposal of land that's from the road corridor. There's a whole lot of stuff in there which you are proposing to be delegated to staff, and I'm really concerned that the committee will not have the visibility of that, and therefore, in theory, can recall it if we find out about it. But the whole purpose, from my view, in this change in legislation is to bring these sorts of decisions under elected members so that firstly, we're responsible to the public for these decisions, and the ones I've listed are some of the controversial ones. There's other ones in there which I don't know. We need to have a discussion really on whether they should be sitting there or not. And then the other reason is also to protect the staff as well. We know that Auckland Transport was loathed for over a number of controversial decisions in the community, and potentially the same thing could happen with the staff here if people find out that these decisions are being made. And it's exacerbated by the decision we made last week where 25% of all roads are now going to sit under this framework. The ones under local board, fine, because people are going to have the opportunity to go and talk to the local board and local board members and see the decisions and that. But that 25, 26% that are going to sit as, pretend arterial roads under here are going to be delegated away to staff. So I'm really concerned about this.
I think what we're seeing with the attachment B with the staff delegations is that a lot of the work that requires decisions will actually have come to committee, either local boards or governing body, ahead of time as we're developing up the work programs. And what we're seeing in the schedule is sort of the detailed sort of end of the process decision making. And so yeah, a lot of the time, actually, staff won't be taking decisions in isolation of guidance already provided by elected members through the development of the work programs, through the scoping and design of projects as well. So what we're talking about with the delegation package is often at the very end of the process where decisions are required to legalise the controls to get the outcome required that's been specified by elected members.
That's a very good question, and I've already got a supplementary from the deputy over that, but I think I'm guessing what Councillor Gillen is referring to, some things are more controversial than others. And so when you're correcting an intersection or something that's not so controversial, but shoving, a speed bump has turned to be very controversial. And so the ability to spot controversial things in staff, or ability to have some understanding of what's likely to be controversial, somehow or other it's a bit hard to put legislation together for that, but I think that we want some thinking. And the other thing about this is that it's an iterative process with how we deal with local boards. There's an appetite for giving more to local boards, and I think that we should be showing that we have kind of some sort of review on 6 months or an annual basis of how it's going and what's worked out well. Is that kind of what you're after?
Yes, it's going to be reviewed in, 12 to 18 months or something, but in the interim, I foresee a number of potential political risk here for all of us sitting around this table, and I think that people need to be looking thoroughly through this information rather than just rubber stamping what's here. So I've outlined a few of the points where I think there could be issues. I think that if you could pull those out, because we can amend these delegations now on the fly, don't have to adopt them as they're here. So I think that you, if you're going to be moving this, Mr. Mayor, you need to be looking at pulling some of that stuff out at this point.
Okay, well, I don't know, we haven't reached a full final decision yet, even by making a decision today, so, but there are some controversial things where we have a list of those that go out to everybody when we're going to put a whole lot of bumps in. But maybe we could use bumps as an example of many potentially controversial things. If we can work out a system for that that works for everybody, that might be quite helpful. But we'll give it a bit of thought on that. There's a supplementary from the Deputy Mayor on this, and Councillor Hills is waving his arm as a supplementary. Is this?
Thanks,
I'll put it
Wayne.
on the list.
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask the question a different way. If a local board, if staff had delegation to do something and they went, what is the process that if they say to a local board in your area, your rohi, whatever, we will be putting a whatever it in, as is our decision, but obviously you're telling the local board, you wouldn't do it without telling the local board. What if the local board or the politician, the local councillor or the local board did not agree you should be doing what you're doing on one of the roads? What is the process for that? Because I think we're getting a bit, I think he makes a very good point. If you just let that go as a story, it may not be the right story. My understanding is that there is still a process. The question is, tell me what the process is to get to that final decision making. It's not as if elected members don't know about this at all and it's just going to be done without them having any input or say. Is that correct? What is the process for politically someone to say, back the truck up, sorry, no, don't want that speed hump there, and this is why, and have that discussion? How does that work?
Thank you. You're absolutely right. So local board input is absolutely required, and so the detailed work over the next 8 weeks will get down to a really granular level. But at a high level, a project on an arterial road, as an example, that had an impact on the local board will absolutely require engagement with the local board. And if that's a governing body decision, we will represent the local board views back to the TID RCA subcommittee. If it's a staff decision and input from the local board has indicated that they do not support, it is likely that that would fall into that no surprises category, and maybe one that we escalate up to that TID RCA subcommittee. So what we don't want to do is sort of create that contention between local boards and staff. So yeah, likely that falls into that no surprises.
I think what I'm asking is there a way to ensure that political decision making on some of the issues like speed humps, can be political? Because if, respectfully, the front page of the Herald Test, and I don't even think they're here, is that, we are delegating staff all decisions around all these things and you'll never have a say. That is not correct. But I just really want to be clear that there will be political input and ability to say no and refuse. I mean, we do that now in some respects. Sometimes we can't. So that's why, well, I mean, one of the advantages of this change is that politically you can influence those contentious decisions. So I just want to make sure that that is really clear, and there is a process, and it isn't, yes, we've listened to you, but we're going to do it anyway. There is a process, we have listened to you, and if it's really, you know, we won't do it. I want to make sure that that is a process we're signing up for here.
Through the chair, the answer is yes. That is our absolute intention and our commitment to do that. What we haven't done is the work to show you what that process is. But I just want to be really clear. There's no suggestions with the matters of delegation that is somehow taking away any of the important or controversial matters that will be before you, and similarly to local boards as well, because we're asking them the same thing in terms of some delegations as well. What we haven't been able to do, though, is do the work. So I'm happy to commit now, or you can put it as a rec if you want to, is that over the next 8 weeks, we want to provide you the way in which we will be either making those or considering those political implications, how we could work probably through the chair and deputy chair of the subcommittee to ensure that we are making the right calls or otherwise, and then how that comes to that subcommittee or the governing body to make those decisions ultimately.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I won't speak again, but this is exactly what the public want. They want to know that the people who vote for them have a say, the say, not somebody else, not some bureaucrat somewhere. Thank you.
I think the things like, if it's an intersection or something that affects traffic flow across our region, that's obviously not overly local, but speed bumps really are a kind of a really local thing. It's a real local board decision. Speed bumps should have to go to local boards, really, and because people get upset about their street and their little bit of their street. If it's not a thing about flowing,
yes, and
they're
most
not
of them
part
will.
of the 30-year plan. I don't think the 30-year plan is going to come down to speed bumps, if that's all right.
No, that's right. And so, of course, on local and collector roads, that's exactly what the local boards will be determining. And if there is any delegation to staff around the speed bumps, it will be because the local boards and similarly the governing body here or the subcommittee will have already signed off the project that would have a speed bump in a particular way, and then staff will be able to implement that. So, yes, that's exactly right, Mr. Chair, in terms of local boards and speed bumps.
Okay. Councillor, is your question about this, or is it Jim? No. Righto, it's
It was just-
supplementary on the...
Sorry to those who are ahead of me. I just want to make it understand clearly. I think this is a misunderstanding over language. Right now, we approve projects, or the Auckland Transport approves a project. It then has to go to a traffic control committee to sign it off to be in the right position for NZTA rules, for fines, for all that sort of thing. So we might go, we want a town centre upgrade that's 40k zones. We've signed off the plan with 40Ks, but it's the staff that then sign off the legal position, the fact that it's 3 metres from an intersection, 4 signs. I'm assuming that's the difference. The governing body or the local board signs off the project and the plan. Like, it's not a surprise, but it's staff who have to get into the nitty-gritty. This is the exact regulations that apply, because that already happens right now. The Auckland Transport Board sign off a project, but the TCC then have to sign off the final delegation, or sometimes that staff, they're signing off hundreds of speed signs. Can someone just say that in that way? Because I think
we get that, but we were wandering into the speed bump thing there, I think, and I think standardisation will limit a lot of that stuff from now on. Councillor Williamson, please.
Yeah, thanks. Look, I'm not going to express a view strongly one way or the other, but I am going to sort of come from the old lag department of watching out for stepping on landmines. I remember meeting, I think it was on the 15th of April 2012, just straight downstairs with Mayor Len Brown, and I think, Phil, you would have been at the meeting because we used to have a quarterly meeting as ministers with the Mayor. And the first thing he opened up with, you guys made the biggest mistake you've ever made by your Auckland Council legislation by separating out and having isolated AT. And it just means that we as elected councillors and mayor and others have got no say. They go ahead, do whatever they bloody well want, and we are just having to live with consequence after it. So it dates right back that I made the notes at the time. I mistakenly wrote down AT'd with a double ED, thinking that's what he'd said, but it found out it was not AT'd in those days, it was AT. So when the new government made the decision to change the legislation, break up Auckland Transport's control and pass it back to us, I want to ask a few questions of officials. Did you read the first reading of that bill? Did you read the explanatory notes? And did you read in particular the minister's first reading speech to that bill? Because they're really important as to what the government intention was.
Through the chair, I did read the first bill. I can't recall. I don't think I read the minister's speech or notes as a result of that.
Okay. All right. Well, the explanatory notes were very clear about 4 categories of roads: arterial roads, local roads, collector roads, and city centre roads. And under the bill we're introducing today, I want it to be local boards will exercise statutory decision-making powers over local roads and collector roads. And he excluded both arterial and any city centre roads. And that's what the explanatory note said as well. But when I checked on what arterial roads were, they were the original definition that AT had for the big volumes of vehicles and so on. We've changed that. Now, secondly, when I asked at the workshop last week about this, officials said to me, oh, but you don't understand. The select committee made changes to the original bill, and that's why these are all included. Now, I've gone back and I've looked at the select committee's changes, and can I tell you that it's pretty clear. Sections 48 brackets 2E and 48 2F literally made 2 additionals. One was they included the Eden Park Precinct Road, and they then said, and a residual road, referring back to roads, I'll get it right, may be the responsibility of the centre because it could be through a regional park. And so none of those 2, either 48 2E or 48 2F, in any way expanded, because I was a bit embarrassed the other day. I thought, geez, I didn't pick that up when it went through the select committee. And so when you answered me, oh, well, that the reason why we've gone from 1 or 2 roads, because I'm going to go through it now. If I looked at the original Howick Ward map, the minister of the time, Simeon Brown, the Minister of Transport, said there'd be about 4 major roads cut. You would cover Te Rakau, Te Rangi, Chapel, Pakuranga Road, and he said, I pretty much can't come up with anything else. Basically, the rest will be local board. When I saw the map the other day, I literally saw a plethora of blue all over the entire ward. Roads like Glenmore Road, Pigeon Mountain Road, Prince Regent Road, all just ordinary streets, really. They were all included as these bought into it. And I had the words of Len Brown ringing in my ear. We do not want the bureaucrats to have that remote control where we're just recreating the old AT. We want the elected people and at the grassroots level who know what's best for their community to have a say. Now, why I'm going through all this is, and I'll finish with this, I think you've got a snowball's chance in hell of a minister ever approving this proposal. And you do have to get approval from the minister. I think if any minister, and certainly the current Transport Minister will obviously talk to others in the Cabinet, I think they're going to look at these maps and go, what the hell happened here? That is not what we intended. We intended to give elected people control over cycleways and speed bumps and all sorts of controversial stuff, and not have the problem of some remote arm vehicle that just kept making stupid decisions all the time. It's the reason we got the bill. And so I think you're letting us down badly by A, not having read the explanatory notes and the minister's first speech, because that gives you the intent of what was to happen, and what we're currently proposing isn't. And I think you're letting us down badly by saying, oh, but the select committee made changes. It made two tiny ones, the Eden Park precinct and the residual roads through things like Regional Park. That's the only difference it made. And the fact is that when originally the bill was both introduced and spoken to in the Parliament, the attitude that all speakers from either those in favour or I don't even think there were that many opposed in the end, that they actually thought arterial roads were the definition of what they were. And that's changed as well. So I'm going to leave it at that. My friends here are getting all agitated because I'm not asking a question. It seemed that others could talk for as long as they like and it was okay, but I'm not allowed to. But I'm just saying to you, you're going to have troubles taking this to government. I'm happy to bet you $1 to a donut this will not get past a ministerial desk.
So I think he's asking you, what are you going to do about that?
Well, certainly that decision on the road classification framework was made last week through the Transport Committee, and so we have passed that on to the Minister. So we'll certainly come back to you if there are any questions or concerns raised by the Minister.
Good points, well made, and I think we've got to make sure that we are talking with ministers. There's no sense doing all this work and finding that we bomb out. So thank you for that, Councillor Williamson. The next one is Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Much of what I wanted to ask and say has been said and better than I could do it. But I do, at the beginning of last term, we talked about empowering local boards. There was quite a lot of talk of that in that long-term plan, which is still the current one at the moment. I know that in the West, our local boards are expecting, or they expected more than they're seeing coming out of all this. And I do also agree with Councillor Gillen about the fact of the protection to staff for what is getting in lots of cases more and more volatile conversations and decisions. You know, I go back to last term in 23, I think it was, when it was decided to make play streets, AT staff being threatened with a knife. So, you know, I've heard a lot of words like empower, likely, intent, but it's not something I like voting on. I'd like something more positive than that. Can you guarantee that we're still in the development stage here, and that I'm not going to be told you made a decision last Tuesday, Councillor, we're moving forward?
I'm not quite sure how to answer the question. Apart from saying that we're going around local boards at the moment with the same questions from a governance perspective for them. And so we will bring that back to you in September, just so that you can hear and understand any of their concerns and any changes that we are recommending around the governance for them. The road classification framework, as I said, has been signed off, and we will see what the Minister says, subject, you know, as per Councillor Williamson's comments. We'll see if that gets signed off or not. The commitment here has been always to delegate as much powers between the governing body and the local boards. They will have a heap more than they have at the moment under Auckland Transport. And the staff delegations are ones that are at the end of a process or that are not politically controversial. And as I've said, we've committed to ensuring that we have a process coming to you about how we're going to make some of those judgments, and how you and governing body and local boards similarly will help us make those judgments, because we don't want to get in the road of good decision making and from communities as well. But we also haven't done all of the work either. So we're needing some decisions first in order for us to do the work. So in a way, it's a commitment. I'm not sure I can absolutely prove some of it because we just haven't done the work yet.
Okay, thank you. I just, you know, it's just the language has been changing the whole way along. You know, I remember Councillor Baker's words when we were discussing this at some stage, where we talked about the fact that local boards don't have a lot of gutsy decision making to hang their hat on, and that this would give them some real sort of input into their communities and stand accountable for that. And the Mayor pointed out at one stage that, you know, not all boards will succeed in this job that they're handed, but that's guaranteed. But some will be brilliant, some might not, but we were going to work forward on this platform. And what I see is us walking backwards from those sorts of powerful decisions. One last question that I just thought of while you were talking, sir. With these cruising laws, does that mean me and my Mustang and my mates going for a drive on a Sunday are going to be pulled up? And also, how many Teslas and other sorts of cars have to be spickled between the convoy to make sure that we're not cruising?
I've been in Auckland Transport for 14 years, and I don't recall any cruising restrictions actually being passed by the TCC. So we do a lot of light motor vehicle restrictions in industrial areas, so police can enforce those, but the cruising restrictions is not actually a power that Auckland Transport has used.
Thank you.
Well, in my car, there's a cruise control, you see. Councillor Sarah Patterson-Hamlin, please.
You'll be pleased to know I have nothing to say on the subject of cruising. I do have a quick question about recommendation M. I suppose it's about that. And in the corridor with Councillor Gillen, it started to come up, but I'm just still not 100% clear on a couple of things with the local board decision making. So because all the local boards essentially get to choose their own adventure to an extent, it's all slightly different. So two questions with that. One is, when does that get reviewed? Is that part of, as per M, is that part of the year one review? And the second question on that is, do the local boards that are extant now, are they effectively being given kind of a unique opportunity to make this decision, or is that going to be revisited each term, or is it just going to be revisited at the year one review, which will then determine the next time it gets reviewed? How is the kind of review process around the bespoke local board arrangements working?
Thank you. So the intent of M is to look at the entire system. So that would include local board arrangements. And some of the things we'll be looking at is the pace of decision making. So are the arrangements that we've put in place slowing down decisions, and is that having an adverse impact on communities? What is it doing for workload for both elected members and staff? So that will be wrapped up as part of that year one review. We're yet to develop the full scope, but that is certainly the intent there. Sorry, can you remind me of the second part of the question?
Yeah, I guess just with the local boards choosing quite bespoke arrangements at the moment, is the expectation that unless the review brings up some issues, that will continue for the rest of local boards' term ad infinitum, or is the expectation that the next local board that comes in gets to change it the way that they do with the local board plan?
So certainly the way that we've sort of designed the delegation packages and the protocols is that they can be reviewed on a regular basis, and that would be by engagement with the local board. So the intent isn't that we start from scratch every term, but there's certainly the opportunity to evolve those over time based on the needs of the board.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Newman, please.
Good morning. I have mixed views about this because, frankly, there are some decisions that I'm very reticent about the local boards taking. However, my concern actually is the application in staff delegation options attachment B, infrastructure related decisions 1 through 4. I'm not sure that I'm in favour of the recommendation for package B there. Those are quite detailed. Well, there's a lot that we're entrusting to staff in that particular space, and I have seen decisions taken by staff that are justified in part on the standards on the roading standards that apply at the time, which change, as well as philosophical preference for a type of how the network will work according to the paid employee, not the elected member. So what's the risk there that I'm empowering people to pursue their ideology as opposed to the intention of the act? Because like what Councillor Williamson pointed out, there is an intention with what Parliament has done here, and I don't believe that we should be reverse engineering out of that intention to send those decisions back to a paid staffer somewhere. So tell me why I'm wrong.
I think that Councillor Richard Hill has actually summed up the broader scope of projects better than I did when I was kind of trying to articulate decisions for various types of measures like pedestrian crossings or road humps. So when a project is created, we've already moved towards the empowering local board model. So we're going to the local boards, part of the caucus process. This is the project we want to do, get this signed off at program level, talk through the projects at different design stages, work out the risks, make sure they're comfortable, work out who can make the decision. Part of the decision making is elected members support the project. If they don't, it'll be an escalated decision. Staff wouldn't be putting their neck on the line for a decision like that. Let's say if it's on a arterial road and the local board don't agree, the staff wouldn't make that decision or go back to the governing body. So I think the protocols we have around projects and making sure that we've got elected member support for some of these decisions that can be made by staff, that would be like the kind of the baseline. If at the moment, under empowering local boards, if a local board doesn't agree with a project, certainly under the world I live in, a community initiated program, we're just not doing the project, or we're modifying the project. So there has been a huge shift in kind of local board input. I don't know, some of the local board thresholds are different to the governing body, because the governing body will try to say, hey, let's make staff, if they can make the decision, let them make the decision. The local boards certainly have a lot of input. At the project level, they will continue and to have more input than they currently have. So, and when I've been going around to all the local boards at these workshops, a lot of them are saying, we've already moved to a system where we've got a lot of input in these projects now, so that's a shift over the last year or so, and some of them are, questioning why would they need to make this final change to sign off the control now they've been given all the input required to influence these projects.
The difficulty is I have seen staff acting in not you, but I have seen in recent years some staff acting bloody mindedly, frankly, where they're determined to get the outcome that they want, regardless of how the rest of the world thinks about it, and that includes the elected membership of the local board and councils and what have you. And so you get dirty, great big speed humps on the Great South Road, which are a huge inconvenience for every vehicle. And I've also seen very expensive new raised tables and what have you being installed this year, and 2 or 3 years' time that gets completely ripped out, and we go back to what we had previously at huge cost, both in terms of the capital cost and in terms of the loss of social license, because the community went through all that pain and then got back to the start, all because the staff had the power to take the decision they took it. Why do I have to today vote for package B in that B section, transport related decisions? I'm not sure that I don't really feel comfortable with package B under that subheading today. I prefer more comfortable with package C today, and you can come back and tell me in a year's time if actually that was wrong.
What I would propose for package B, because I do recognise that speed humps are a very contentious item, and I think under the local board package we had staff have the ability for modification only. New installations would be the local board. I propose for the governing body under package B we do the same shift, and certainly anyone, if a member of public does review it, because people like to complain about speed bumps, they can see that. There's very few speed tables going on arterial roads at the moment, so we've had a shift in standards, which is good from my traffic operations perspective. But I see that as one of the most contentious items, and potentially pedestrian crossings as well. If those two were shifted from staff decision to no staff delegation apart from modification, I think it would be an appropriate shift.
The chair, sorry, two more from me, Chair. It's not just about speed humps and raised tables. In that particular section at attachment B, it deals with the cycle track path on legal roads, the shared paths, the footpaths, the carriageway on legal roads. So it is broader than that, and I get it. Staff sort of stand around the water cooler and say that will be contentious. We're going, no. I think it goes back to what Parliament intended, which is a concern here, not what you thought. Actually, we better just go and check in with somebody. If Parliament intended it, you've got to get this signed off by the Minister, and I want this to work. And I'm just not, Chair, I'm not in favour of, in relation to B, infrastructure-related decisions, I'm not in favour of package B today. I'm in favour of package C today. I worry about where you're going with this. I don't think this is necessarily going to work today. Not for me. Thank you.
Challenging question. Councillor Bartley, please.
I'm just processing what everyone's talking about, but I'm looking at in terms of blame. You know, the current situation we have, something will happen, cycle lanes go in, Apirana Ave, local board says it's not them, community blames me, and it turns out it was Auckland Transport, or local board blames Auckland Transport, or whatever. Everybody is blaming everybody. So how is it going to be different with our new system? And if we are doing more delegations, then we're going to need to be more closely communicating with each other so that, you know, I don't know, I just don't want to be in a situation where I'm taking the blame for something I didn't have a hand in. So I just want to know, how's that going to be different?
Thank you. I think perhaps the piece that's missing from the report is the process preceding the decisions that we've represented in attachment B. So there are work programs that are sort of developed in consultation at staff, local boards, governing body, TID committee. So work programs are developed, projects within those are scoped, they're designed, they're costed, the community impacts are considered, and those are brought back to elected members to make decisions on the projects that make up those programs. What we're talking about with the decisions that are sitting in attachment B are at the end of the process. So this is where we're proposing that staff be delegated a lot of responsibility to legalise the controls that are required to give effect to the project that has already been through sort of committee approvals. It's been through local boards. We've considered and provided advice based on community feedback. So what we're talking about is at the end of the process, and that's very similar to the way that the Traffic Control Committee at AT works currently. They're sort of at the end of the chain, they're receiving advice from staff across the organisation that considers input. So I think probably that's the missing link that hasn't come through, and that is what we're suggesting with Package B. Package C is going to be really challenging to implement, both from a resourcing perspective, a time perspective from elected members, but also for staff. Every decision would need to have a report and go through committee, and the risk is that fundamentally slows down transport decision making across the system. So we believe that package B is the appropriate sort of response, with the protection that the work programs have been developed and the delegations are at the end of the chain.
Could I just add maybe, Councillor Bartley as well, just to be really clear, so whatever road it will be allocated either an arterial, a collector or a local road, and the decisions will be either therefore with governing body or with local boards. So if you're talking about blame or responsibility for decisions, it will be on Auckland Council now, and it will be one of those two bodies, depending on the road we're talking about.
You're already getting blamed for decisions you have nothing to do with, so there'll be less of that, not more. Next speaker is Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to quickly add, along with speed bumps and speed limits, the other controversial one will probably be chip seal versus asphalt, right? And how to make up those cost differences as well. I guess my question might be around once a project's completed and something's spotted that was unintended, i.e. speed bump might be too steep and the truck's bottoming out, or it's causing vibrations that's affecting a home that wasn't anticipated, those type of things, the recourse of action there in terms of political, some local board member or a councillor being able to say, hey, look, this didn't work out quite how we expected. We need to review this situation and make some changes to the works. Could you just explain how that would...
Hopefully we're going to have standardised speed bumps so they all cost bugger all and aren't stupid.
Will that be good?
We're not going to give any board the power to have their own small mountain range across the street at several $100,000. We're going. That's one of the things that standardisations will be. It'll either be there or not there.
Yep.
And but I
that'll
think,
help, but it could be other things, right?
Yeah,
So
you're quite right. I mean, you're right
that's
about speed
we haven't
limits
got
are all
quite
over the place. There's 5 between here and Ponsonby. I don't think anyone knows them other than the little Chinaman in my car who looks out the front and tells me where they are.
So could I just get a response about how what that process might be?
Sorry, Councillor, could you just repeat the question, sorry?
So so with all good intent, some works might be signed off, but once they're completed, there's something that wasn't anticipated in the design that's perhaps causing issues. How does an elected member go about having that corrected or adjusted?
So once a project is completed, we've got generally 1 year is our normal. We've got our project team that will put it in. 1 year we make modifications based on feedback from members of the public or elected members. That's a good opportunity for feedback if it's not quite working. After that, it goes to our operations team and they make changes. As an example, I'm in the operations space, so we're currently, reviewing all the speed tables on arterial roads and making them more appropriate for arterial roads. So there's always a mechanism for modification through back to staff.
And this one might be for you, Megan, just listening to what Councillor Williamson outlined for us in terms of the ministers having the ultimate sign-off and we could run into an unintended hurdle at this stage because of the maps we've come up with around what is an arterial road versus a local road. Could you just, I think he asked for us to have another look at that and make sure we weren't in a vulnerable position. Could I just get clarification what actions we would undertake as a result of that input?
Thank you, through the chair. So we have been keeping the ministry officials across the work that we've been doing with you over the past months around the roading classification framework, and just obviously to be very, very clear, that's the ministerial approval as opposed to the kind of governance arrangements that that's your decision. So just making clear we understand that. So look, we believe that we are, what you signed off last week is helpful, and we've had some helpful feedback from the ministry as well. So I'm not anticipating significant issues. There may well be some questions, entirely fine, and we will feed that back. But we feel that we've done as much as we can to set you up for success, as well as the minister and the government as well. So look, that's the process that we've used. We have tried to keep them and certainly the ministerial officers informed through the process.
Okay, that's helpful to know. And probably just off that, Megan, and this is just a contingency which I need to ask as a governor, and that's in terms of if the minister unexpectedly asked us to do a review, how quickly could we get that review done back in front of us and back in front of the minister?
Through the chair, look, we'd have to do that very quickly. We've obviously still got our 1 October deadline, so I suspect that if there were some really big issues, we'd probably need to call an extraordinary meeting or something like that. We'll need to in order to keep the timeframes.
All right, thank
you. But I'll work with the chair and deputy chair around that of TID. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you. I think I can assist with some of the questions raised. So I don't want to get this twisted, right? So cycleways. Do elected members have control over cycleways with Package B, and in what way?
Cycleways, so if you're talking around cycle lanes on the road, yes, they do, because that's actually a special vehicle lane, which requires a resolution. So they do for cycleways on the road.
Yeah. And would it be fair to say more control than the previous Auckland transport arrangements?
Absolutely, because the decision would require a resolution to put in a special vehicle lane, a cycle lane on the road. So it would have to be made by a committee of elected members.
Excellent. Well, that one's sorted. Package C. I want to ask a few cues about that. So it was raised in a previous answer, there was a risk of slowing down transport decision making under Package C. Could I ask you to just go into more detail and tease that out a little bit more, please?
Thank you. The Package B, we anticipate, based on the work that we've done modelling prior year's work, around 260 sort of reports or decisions that would need to come to the subcommittee, the RCA subcommittee. If we then look at Package C in comparison, that could be up to 1,300 decisions that would need to come to that subcommittee on an annual basis. And a decision may include multiple sort of resolutions to give effect to the outcome that's being sought. So the volume is very, very significant. So where we see the risk with Package C is the amount of time that staff would need to spend developing advice, writing reports, and then sitting with committees, versus Package B, where they would be empowered to actually take some of those decisions based on approved work programs directly. So that is the challenge that we see, is just the amount of staff time and elected member time sort of in meetings, but also preparing the advice for elected members to take those decisions directly.
Thanks, I really appreciate that. So when you said 1,300 decisions probably with multiple resolutions under Package C, is that an annual figure or is that over a term?
That's an annual figure.
1,300 a year, okay. And you talked about staff time. Yeah, I thought that was a good answer, but could I get you to, if you have any more information about that, I'd like to know in terms of, do we have to set aside budget for that? Would we have to hire staff for that? How would that work practically?
So Package B, we believe, can be accommodated within existing resourcing. So considering the staff transferring across from Auckland Transport into Auckland Council. Package C, we do believe, would require additional staff resource that is not budgeted for currently. So that cannot be accommodated, we believe, with the current resourcing available.
Thanks, I really appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
I think hopefully it'll slow down stupid decisions and speed up good ones, but I don't know whether that's possible. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. So I have 3 questions. The first is, obviously we signed off on the Auckland Road Classification Framework last week, and looking at the minutes, it does look like that was unanimous. There's nothing noted on the minutes, but anyway, it was voted through last week. When are we expecting the ministerial sign-off? Like, do we have a time frame from them? Because obviously that becomes pretty important.
Through the chair, no, I don't have a time frame. We have passed that on to the minister and his officials. We have obviously asked for it to be as soon as possible so that we've got that 1 October deadline, but I don't have a time frame for you.
Okay, thank you. And we will, so the blue roads, the difference between the blue roads and the yellow/orange roads is who is the decision maker, correct? So the blue roads still have democratic oversight from decision makers. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
It's just that it's going to be us, not local boards. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Thank you for confirming that. The next question I had was around the Chair's Rec Mayor around the city centre. So I just wanted to understand what the difference is here and what's proposed between the working group members and those who are invited to participate. Noting that this is going to give direction, it's not going to be a decision-making body. What's the intention there about having 2 classes of members, if you like? What's the plan there? Well, so you've got, if you just scroll up a little bit, or is that down? I can't remember, but if we can see all of the red, that would be great. Thanks. So you've got there establishing the political reference group. It's going to provide direction and improve the decision making. And then the membership is 4 people, and then invited to participate are a further 3 people. So what's the difference between the 4 people at the top and the 3 people at the bottom in terms of their involvement with that group?
Not great, really. I think they've been invited to participate means we've just chosen those. I think they'll all have the same say because it's not actually a decision maker anyhow. It's a recommender. So I think it's just a way of explaining how we got there.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. So there's not an intention that, for example,
not intention to be an A and a B division. No.
Okay, great. So they're all effectively the same in terms of their level of participation in the group.
Okay.
Yeah. Great. And then my final question was in regards to the packages around the staff delegations. The thing that sort of concerns me a little bit is the assessment of impact and the idea that where there is high disruption, and in particular where there's no effective mitigation, that's when it would come to elected members, be that local board or here. How is that going to be measured, and how can we ensure some consistency? Because the sense of high disruption for people who are staff who are working with these projects in the road corridor all the time could be quite different from the community experience of high disruption, and also our sensitivity to that as elected members. So how will we set up some criteria or some exemplars? What's the process going to be to make sure that we start to have, a consistent approach to high disruption and what may or may not be considered effective mitigation?
Thank you for the question. We currently have a disruption assessment tool. So when someone wants to do works in the road corridor, they put in their corridor access request, and there's a matrix they basically have to fill out. And it could be, the type of road, the time of day. There's a few different factors, and then it spits out potential high disruption. So we've got that trigger. At the moment, we rely on a number of experts through the Auckland Transport Organisation to pick out which ones are highly disruptive. They're pretty good. They're very good at actually establishing these ones. So we've got some pretty good visibility. We've got an escalation form at the moment called NAC, and it goes to that, and it's so we've kind of got an established mechanism for identifying these highly disruptive sites that can't be mitigated. What this doesn't do is, if we've got a contractor that just pops up randomly and does some work that we didn't know about, it's not going to capture that. This is the kind of the planned disruptions. Whenever one follows the rules, we'll be able to escalate that. But we can circulate the criteria that we currently use for visibility and refinement if need be.
I think that would be really useful for local boards as well, and to understand also what's considered effective mitigation. So one of the things I'm dealing with an issue, it's actually on an arterial, so it wouldn't have gone to the local board under the current, under the new system anyway, but where part of mitigation is putting the steel plates, or I don't know if they're steel, metal plates, over at night. And for some neighbours that might be effective mitigation, but for people who might be trying to go in and out during the day, that wouldn't be. So there's things like that I think it would be helpful for us to understand better what the triggers will be. And if you can maybe in that information give us some examples, like real examples of, this is a project where we assessed it was high disruption, this is a project where we assessed it was low, that kind of stuff. One of the things that's in the back of my mind about this is there is no legal framework for compensation for disruption. We went through that with the CRL stuff where, there was a hardship fund, but that was the first time, and so far the only time in the history of New Zealand that there has been, in that case, compensation for businesses impacted. So we haven't got that tool in the toolbox for mitigation. Although it is one that people often raise, particularly if they're running like a dairy or something. So more information on that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lee, please.
Yeah, I think the concern from at least some members around the room is that the optics that the council, AT, together, I guess, are frankly yes-ministering Parliament's decision in terms of who has the power and who has the decision-making, and I think we need to take the points raised by members very seriously. In terms of governing body member input, a number of controversial issues have been raised by members, including speed bumps, speed limits, cycleways. In my experience, cycleways are not necessarily controversial at all, or cycle paths, but the way are designed certainly is. And the one thing that hasn't been mentioned is decision-making over the removal of car parks and loading zones, which in effect amount to millions of dollars of value stripped out of local businesses. Now, last December, I was at a meeting at Grey Lynn when it came down to the planned removal of 2 car parks, angled car parks outside the shops. And the AT liaison people there, after a long discussion, agreed that they would ensure that they weren't removed. And then the message came back a few days later, the TCC, or the Traffic Control Committee, has resolved not to go along with the agreement, and so those car parks will be taken away. And the TCC is obviously, as you know, made up of non-elected officials, officers, with very little transparency at all, and there's very little awareness about the power, the enormous power of the TCC amongst the general public and even elected members. So my question is, what is going to be done in terms of Parliament's intention to enable much more democratic accountability that key decision-making bodies, such as the TCC, are made accountable, are made democratic, and are actually made more visible so that people know who is behind these key decisions that can impact on people's lives and businesses. So my question relates to what are we doing about the TCC? Is it just going to move holus bolus from AT into the Auckland Council, or will the windows be open and it be made more transparent and accountable? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So under Auckland Council, the TCC will not be making decisions. What happens to it, there might be an advisory role for it, it's still to be determined. But if you look at the last 2 pages of this attachment B document, it covers parking controls, and these are bylaw decisions. So these are decisions that needs to be made by a committee under different changes in legislation. You have to be an elected member to be part of the committee to make these decisions. So staff, TCC, will not be able to make these decisions. So time restricted parking, no stopping at all times, clearways, bus stops, loading zones, angle parking, all these controls will need to go to the subcommittee for approval. This is where a lot of the projects capture controls like this. So let's say if you're putting in a pedestrian crossing, you're generally putting in broken yellow lines. So the pedestrian crossing by default would go to the subcommittee. But all these controversial things with parking removal, TCC will not be making the decision. They can't make the decision going forward under Auckland Council. That would be for elected members.
And elected members could be local board or could be governing body?
Yes, that's correct. For parking controls, local boards have the powers on local and collector roads.
Thank you.
Well, that's good news, isn't it? Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Chair. I do feel, through all the workshops and everything, a little bit like in the twilight zone right now, but I'll try. First to Megan, this basic direction and the changes in the legislation, this is all based on our submission too. Like as far as I can see from our submission on this bill and the delegations we asked for, it's in line, these delegations are in line with that, right?
Yes, that's right.
Can I make, and I just spoke to Meredith around delegations, and I think for the public's understanding, media, whoever, we're talking about local board or governing body makes a decision on a project. Say it's a town centre improvement that's 40 Ks that's asked for pedestrian improvements. We approve the design, or the local board approve the design depending on the road. The only decisions the staff might make is the final, legal, because I guess people complain to us. We've approved, I think, in the past, or a local board's approved a mid-block crossing, say, and those lights stay off for a long time sometimes until the TCC has made the final decision, which is essentially approving that it aligns with the NZTA requirements. And until that final decision is made, they don't turn the lights on. Are you saying that really the decision-making matrix is just delegating that bit or something like that to staff? Because we don't want to be coming here every day for, is the sign in the correct position, etc., etc. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So there wouldn't be a case where we would be shocked that staff had approved a 40K zone on an arterial road and none of us knew about it. It was just magically delegated to staff. It was 50 to today, and 2 months later it's 40, and suddenly we're all surprised. That just can't happen under this new matrix.
No, it can't happen because you'd have to already approve the overarching speed management plan.
And say a pedestrian crossing, the board or the council would approve the pedestrian crossing, or say we want this road to be safer for kids, and it might be the last point that the staff go, we're approving it with this direction, these pram crossings in place, because they absolutely apply to the NZTA requirements. And that, instead of coming here for decisions on a Friday night and a Sunday morning, because that was what will end up happening, that last piece of the puzzle is what the staff may be delegated to do. Yes, it complies. Yes, it's what the project said. We'll sign that off instead of coming back to a governing body committee where you need 2 weeks lead-in time, agendas, all this kind of stuff.
Yes, that's correct. And as part of the report for the staff to sign it off, there'll be a section saying support from the local board or governing body to give them confidence to make that decision.
The staff will absolutely know that they have the democratic control for the first time ever to sign off some of these last requirements. And they're not going to be out there going, shit, I hope I can really piss off the governing body today. That's just not going to happen.
No, that will not happen.
Thank you. And then, well, because we're not in the past. I know a lot of people want to stick there, but we're not in the past. The other thing is that, what do we understand yet? Because in the workshops, we still don't really understand how many, under the B, what that looks like. How many additional days, I'm up for it, I'm sure many others are, but how many additional days of decision-making do we already believe that for governing body and for local boards this under B might take? Because it's all well and good to go, I'd love 1,300, but what do we believe? I still don't believe we've locked in what additional time and decision-making that might be under B.
Thank you. So at the moment, based on the modelling we've done for the RCA subcommittee, we believe that will take an additional meeting per month to get the volume of decisions through. For local boards, we've looked at much the same, and the thinking and the recommendation that we're taking to local boards is that at this stage we don't recommend that we need any additional meeting or workshop time. Rather, what we're going to do is plan out every month that we have spots on both workshop and business meetings. So we've got the time on the agendas pre-planned for the rest of the term, but it's something that we will watch and see. We do anticipate that from time to time there will be a requirement for decision making under urgency, and so we will be working with the respective chairs of the boards just to work through what that process looks like on that monthly, because we've only got that monthly cadence.
And I'm assuming you would bring, because quite often right now, under the last at least year or even longer, things have been coming to councillors and local boards for feedback. Quite often I'll ask AT and no feedback's come forward, on several things. Will you be expecting to do on paper feedback, or will it always be at a meeting, say if it's on yellow lines or a project?
There are a couple of mechanisms that we're looking at with local boards. One is around the option for them to establish a portfolio lead or a nominated person that staff are able to engage with sort of out of the normal cycle. And that gives the board an opportunity to call in decisions where the board think they might be contentious or where staff have any concerns. And so that's one opportunity that we're setting up for feedback with the boards. There are some decisions that we expect will go straight through to business meetings and don't require workshop. Workshopping's more likely to be around the sort of the design and scoping of a project versus some of the bylaw controls where we anticipate those sort of going straight through to business meetings without taking up that valuable workshop time.
Thank you. And on projects, when I understand where this decision making will be, but right now, say if a local board or the council or a councillor changes their mind about a project or they get a lot of feedback negatively, we kind of just lobby Auckland Transport and hope they'll agree and fund it. But my understanding now is if a local board or the governing body wanted to remove a raised table or remove a intersection or remove a transit lane, we would have to find the budget. The local board would have to find the budget. Like it's essentially a new project to remove. They would be moving other projects out of the way. Because at the moment we kind of don't see transparently that money. It might be 200 grand or something to change something, but we just hope AT will reprioritise it. My understanding is now a local board or the council would have to we would have to find the budget.
That is another one of the big changes that will start coming through on advice from staff is around the funding arrangements for projects. So at the moment, if we look at a TCC, Traffic Control Committee report, there's sort of no reference to finances and funding, so that will change and need to change in the new model, and elected members will receive advice around funding.
And the very last question, and it does go back to last week's decision, so I'll try not to lean into it hard enough, but the decision under the legislation is very clear. It's about traffic volumes or freight volumes and or public transport numbers. And that's why we made the decision over the matrix. But is it also my case, and maybe Steve knows or can remember, NZTA are very clear that they have other directions, but there's a regional road, but also arterials are anything over 3,000 or 5,000 vehicles. And the NZTA definition. They have a broader suite of definitions. They sort of say regional roads like a lake road, but is it correct?
Through the chair, I'm not sure that Steve and I have got that to hand right now. We can find that out, but I'm sorry, I don't know the answer.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Gillen, please.
Thank you. I've just got a few more questions coming from what others have said. Where's the delegation for whether a road will be done in chip seal or asphalt? Which one does that come under? And I know there's the policy in place, I know it's funding related and all that, but in these delegations, where's that one sitting, please?
I'm trying to find there is a renewals part, and from memory, I'm trying to recall what it looked like for the governing body. For the local boards, it was the renewals program. We wanted to get signed off by the local board, but the ability to carry out repairs, such as fixing a pothole, we wanted staff to be able to make that decision, but we wanted the elected members to sign off the overarching renewals program. But I'll just need to find, it should be, I think it's in the infrastructure section. Oh, here we go. Carriageway on legal road, power to construct, upgrade and repair. So number 4 under infrastructure related decisions. So
Under package B, that's sitting with?
Yeah, so that's sitting with staff for package B, and I believe for local boards we've got an overview of the whole renewals program.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Henderson asked a question before about the who has the decision making over the cycle tracks, cycle lanes, and your answer, from my understanding, was to do with if they are in a special vehicle lane. However, there is also a delegation here for when they are not in a special vehicle lane. Can you just talk to that one, please?
Certainly. So I'll just touch on the special vehicle lane. So the special vehicle lane is under the traffic controls on the very last page of attachment B. So these are special vehicle lanes, are bus lanes, transit lanes, cycle lanes on the roadway. They require, under the bylaw, a resolution. A cycle track or a shared path, so that's kind of on the footpath, going along off the carriageway. That doesn't technically sit under the bylaw. It doesn't need a resolution. Staff could technically, an individual staff that hold that delegation, if they were given that delegation, could make that decision under package B.
And so, sorry, which of those definitions covers the portion of the road that has like the concrete Tim Tams and things alongside it?
Yeah, so that would be under a special vehicle lane. So under the bylaw, yes.
Okay, thank you. I had another question, but I've lost it. I might have to come back to it. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks for that. You can retire and we'll have a discussion, I think. Deputy Mayor wants to say something or other.
No, thanks. I just feel that there is one key point that is making people nervous here, and that is who has the oversight on the decision making. It is elected members. When it comes to staff, it comes to staff, it is for the final legal requirements. So to that end, there is an additional recommendation, thanks Chair and Chair of the Transport Committee. You need to know what that process is. You need to know when you have a say and what the final sign-off when it's by staff to meet the law, all right? Now, unfortunately, they've come to us with a paper that doesn't have that process in it. And I think the confidence, my concern when reading this paper was the same as many people's, and I see especially Councillor Henderson and Councillor Ferry have tried to clarify that in their questions, and Councillor Gillen. So the reason for that extra recommendation is to show that to bring that process to the Transport Committee, to Andy's committee, so you can see it, because it says the key words here, to develop a process to provide appropriate elected member oversight, whether it's us around this table or under somebody, whatever the committee is, governing body or local boards. And all our questions and concerns are because we haven't had that clarification, right? So it is elected members, and there is a process, and we need to sign that process off. And I think that's what that extra recommendation is. And just because it's my speaking turn, I will say, because that is a key recommendation, I will approve what's going through today. But the big key point for me was, when Aucklanders backed Mayor Brown to change transport legislation, they did that because they wanted the decision-making to be elected member-driven, not staff-driven, elected member-driven. And there needs to be a process that we are all happy about to prove that is the case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that addition. We're under all of those recommendations. It needs to be, the whole thing needs to be moved and seconded. I'll move it, and Councillor Baker will second this. And so further debate. But I think it's, most of those questions elicited, they're very focused questions, I have to say, and elicited a lot of the responses from what we've got here. So I think it's, and we're not at the end of the decision making, but this is another step along the route to where we're going to. And if we did it around too much, we'll never get to October. It'll arrive before we've got there. So I think I'm going to bravely put the motion. Oh no, sorry, I didn't have you there, Councillor Gillen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add one point, and that is that, look, I will be voting for all of this except for K, and I appreciate M being added, but we need to be very clear today with the parts today that we are adopting, and I know some of it's going back through local boards and coming back to us, but that's not the whole thing. Some of it we're locking in today, and so I'm not happy with where we've landed with package B. And I'll just give you an example, and this is one that I brought up at the drop-in session with staff last week, and that is that if someone wants some yellow lines outside their house, and this is something that came up near my house a couple of years ago, and it took 6 years for the community to get yellow lines put in place. It took a petition, it took advocacy from the local board, took budget from the local board, and it still took 6 years for that to go through. And that is one of the reasons why people have become so frustrated, and why this has come to a change in legislation, and why we're sitting here talking about this today. Now, if that was happening under this new regime, on a local road, fantastic, it'll go to the local board. Each month they'll get a list of all the requested yellow lines, they'll be able to do site visits, they'll be able to have the members of the public come and speak to them at their local board meetings and advocate for or against. And the local boards will make the decision, and council will go out and paint the yellow lines or remove the yellow lines or whatever is required. But we've got a two-tier system. If it's an arterial road, then the member of the public will ask for the yellow lines. It'll go through to staff. Staff will make that decision. There'll be no recourse for the public to be able to. There'll be no ability for the public to be able to speak to us. We won't even know about the decision. It'll be considered so minor. We won't be able to have the chance to recall it to the committee to make that decision. So we will get the blame for that happening, or the credit for it happening. Now, the real crux of this is the decision that we made last week, and I just wanted to counter what Councillor Ferry said before, that no one voted against it. Actually, it's listed there who voted against that motion last week with the classifications. And I raised this last week, and it's a real shame that I wasn't listened to by everyone, because what we are creating, if the Minister approves it, and I acknowledged from Councillor Williamson the Minister may turn this down, and hopefully that's the case, but what we are creating is a system where 26% of the roads are going to be largely governed by staff. And I know we've just discussed here about, you know, whether certain things will be coming to the committee, but the bulk of decisions will be sitting through staff. It doesn't look like we're adopting package C, where all the decisions will be coming to the governing body, and we'd be able to assess in future whether that was reasonable or not and start giving away things to staff. I mean, that's really the starting point we should have. Instead, we're locking in today what will be governed by staff and what will be governed by the committee. And because we have botched the classifications and we're including roads with far, far more than 5,000 vehicles a day as an arterial road, then that is what's going to be governed by staff. And as we've heard today, the staff can sign off a whole lot of stuff that is going to come back to bite us. And so I cannot support where we've landed with the list of delegations, Mr. Chair. So I'll be voting against K. The rest of it is fine, and hopefully if we can get the classifications sorted out, perhaps the delegations in front of us today will work out fine, but that's not guaranteed. So at this point, I cannot support K. Thank you.
Okay, I think we will have the opportunity to vary those things in the future as we learn more about it. And we had to start somewhere or other, because I don't really want to be approving the yellow lines outside your house, or even knowing where it is. But we will get the hang of it. It's a bit like with building consents, we don't actually look at every plan. We have to allow staff to do some things, and if it doesn't work out, we're here to change them. Councillor Newman.
Look, Your Worship, in supporting this, or the majority of it I do support, but I need to record in relation to L, I actually don't support the recommendation at L for, as it applies to B, infrastructure related decisions 1 through 10 at this stage, because I support the package C option as opposed to package B. So I'm prepared to vote for all of it, but I would like, and that my vote being recorded, if I can just have a note to say that as it applies to L, Councillor Newman doesn't support B, infrastructure related decisions, set out in attachment B. Sorry, it's very confusing, because I'm not yet persuaded that the process doesn't give me comfort at this point in relation to that particular part. By all means, there's a lot of other things here that I completely agree with where the officer's recommending, but it would be remiss of me to just vote through on L and then somebody tell me in a week's time it was unanimously endorsed. So I just need my position on that one recorded. Thanks.
I accept that. I'm hoping that you'll know that I'm a great fan of standardisation. And standardisation really restricts the ability of staff to make dumb decisions. And we found that very helpful elsewhere, that if we really, really look at an intersection and get everything right on it, really get it right, and so this is how you do it, a whole lot of stuff disappears then, because they have to do it that way, and you have to come back to change from it. And you'll probably find that that will make the B a bit more easier than what we had in mind. But I think we're going to be on a learning curve here. I think anyone who thinks that on October 1 we've solved the problem completely is dreaming. But steps forward, it's a hell of a lot better than what we've been to put up with. And Councillor Henderson, you're next.
Yeah, thanks. I'm actually delighted about this, and just wanted to bring a sort of sunny disposition to the debate here today, because I think let's zoom out and, remember that we're taking a great step forward for democracy with all this process. And this was why I did the questioning that I did and making it clear that on the record, we have a hell of a lot more political accountability over all aspects of the transport process than we did before under AT. And that's the whole point of the reforms. So I'm glad to support all recommendations, and I agree with the Mayor's points and the Deputy Mayor's points around what they have said with it as well. There will be time to get the hang of it all, because this is a new process. It's not a new process for the country. Every other city gets a responsibility, but it's a new process for Auckland, and that will take time to sort of bed in and figure out a little bit. And so I'm well up for kind of reviewing and reforming it as we go down. But as a starting point, I think these recommendations really nail it. In particular around Package B, I want to just urge my colleagues to support K and L, please, but also review it in the future, because we were told under Package C that is 1,300 decisions a year. 1,300. Each of those decisions have resolutions. There can be multiple resolutions. And I've worked it out. If you had a fortnightly meeting for RCA, say, you would have 50 decisions per meeting with multiple resolutions. That would involve unbudgeted time, staff time, and spend on supporting that committee that you wouldn't need to pay under Package B. And each of those decisions involves work from us on that committee. Understanding of the details in each decision, understanding of the risks involved too. So, as a practical starting point, I think Package B pretty much nails it, but, open to reviewing that as the process continues. But I think we have sorted this out well, and I would just urge my colleagues to support this. Thank you, Mayor.
I think some of those decisions will be made at local board. So you'll find it's not nearly as bad as you think, because there's 21 of them. And so if you start dividing everything by that, it gets to be a bit more handleable. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, I have a positive outlook on this. It's a huge move. This is what people have asked for 15 years. And it is moving in a really good direction. There will be no Auckland Transport Board making these decisions. It will be us or local boards. And when we think of what has been delegated to local boards, 75% of the roads in our local board areas will be delegated to them for approval, for design, for decision making. The things that are not being delegated, which were a last week decision, but it's been brought up here again, were because we were very clear in our submission to the bill that we wanted to keep the network effect. What some of the positives about Auckland Transport that we have to carry over is the network effect. 55 frequent bus networks all around the city. We're not saying a local board is going to put up a barrier to stop those bus networks, but it's crucial that we keep them in place and keep the network effect there. It's very clear in the legislation that it's high volumes of traffic, high volumes of freight, high volumes of public transport. If you go to the road network classification information, and unless I don't have an updated one, for NZTA, it is very clear. There's national roads, there's regional roads, which are 10 to 15,000, then there's arterial roads, which are 3,000 to 5,000, or when you go to buses, regional is 40 buses or more, or arterial is 15 buses or more. I think we chose 48 in the end on the back of local board feedback, so we've lifted those up and dropped a few roads off. It is very clear why we need to have a regional approach to roads, so that local boards, not that they will, but the average person doesn't see a boundary between boards. We need to make sure that we can look at a corridor, despite going across local boards, that is efficient for buses, for people, for cycles, for freight. The other thing is that if you look through our decision today, it's very clear, decisions that cannot be delegated to staff, these must be delegated to governing body. And you go around there, temporary road closures, prescribing conditions, time-restricted parking, no stopping at all time lines, so yellow lines, clearways, bus stops, loading zones, angle parking, time-restricted parking zones, special vehicle lanes, pedestrian malls, vehicles for unsuitable road because of goods, heavy traffic, cruising again, engine braking. There's so many things here. The list is very long that have to come to us or a local board very clearly. And actually, in my experience, and I obviously have a different experience from others, I've got yellow lines on behalf of residents this year, requested them and seen them put in within months. So, I mean, I just have a different experience because I've managed to get lots of things done on behalf of customers, residents, communities who've asked for things. So it isn't all bad, but I think it could be much, much better if we're far closer to the decisions. And this decision lurches us there, but I hope over time that if we do see problems, we're mature enough to change them, which we will. But I think this is a good decision moving forward, and I hope that the community will hear what they're getting from this, which is a massive amount of democracy back into the transport system. Thank you.
Just like every other council. Thank you very much. Councillor Fuli, please.
Kia ora, ana. Thank you, Chair, and thank you everyone for the debate. I'm going to vote in favour of the whole thing, but I do feel like I have to acknowledge some of the anxiety and some of the concern and uneasiness and uncertainty that's been raised to me by many of our local boards in South Auckland, including our local boards in Manukau. And some of those concerns echo the concerns we've heard around the table today, some from Councillor Williamson around the arterial routes that look far more local and should therefore sit with local boards. And we did raise some of that in last week's decision that was made. However, I agree also with what many have said around this process. We're at the start of the road, not at the end of it. This is a very, very new process for all of us. And I think even with Package B, although many of us would have liked to see more of that decision-making sitting with elected members, even with Package B, it's sort of like going for the safe bet. We're sort of aiming for the middle at this stage because it is such a new process. It's a bold new world. We don't know what's ahead of us really, if we're honest, but it's a good starting point for now. And I do have enough trust in our staff and in our officers and in the expertise that we have there to believe that they will do the best job possible and to believe also that we'll get the best advice in our local boards and any subcommittee that's created as well will get the best advice going forward. I'm comfortable too that this, like I said, it's not the end of the road, it's the start of the road. There will be reviews along the way and we'll learn along the way as well and get there eventually. I'm not expecting this to be perfect on day one. I will expect some bumps along the way and perhaps some potholes and everything else and every other analogy I can throw in there. But it will be a much smoother ride, I think, if we are all in it together and if we support our staff and give them the support that I think they'll need going forward and our local boards as well. And so I'm happy to support all of this at this stage, including some of those other issues that other people have raised. Kia ora. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Lee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recall was it the year before last, I was on a bus from Onitangi going to the ferry, and a couple of rows in front of me, a guy stood up, he saw me, and he had the Herald, and it had AT, or words to this effect, AT to be abolished, and he was brandishing it in triumph. Fist up, good. And in effect, that didn't happen at all, but the government has taken a major step here, and I want to thank the staff for all the work, both Auckland Council and AT, that's gone into this report and preparing this report. However, I am concerned, as I mentioned before, that the optics here are that Parliament has intended us, the governing body, and elected members to be the decision makers. And when I see the infrastructure related decisions, Package B compared to Package C, I see out of the 12 categories, there are 6 in Package C which indicate that these will be in bold, governing body decisions. And I see in the recommended package B, not one of them will be a governing body decision. So in appearance, in terms of the optics, but actually in reality, we are signing away not only our mandate, but we are not following the intentions of Parliament. People say, well, it's only new, we're bedding a new system in, so we have to be cautious. Exactly. That is why, in a precautionary approach, and in line with the wishes of Parliament, you would go for package C and include those 6 categories which are decided by governing body decisions. Now, we've heard from around the room assurances that, of course, the governing body and elected members will have a say. They'll have input. There'll be no surprises. There'll even be, according to the Deputy Mayor, an assurance that we'll have oversight. That is not decision-making. The decision-making will be made by staff. And I think at this stage that it's imprudent to sign all these potential responsibilities that Parliament has given us immediately away to delegate virtually everything in terms of real decision-making to the staff. Far more prudent to start off retaining as much power as possible, and then, when the system is bedded in, if the councillors feel that everything is running smoothly, then they can delegate if the governing body so wishes. At this stage, I believe that's in effect irresponsible and unwise. The problem is, members, there's a saying, new boss, same as old boss. In this particular case, because it necessarily involves the transfer of AT staff members into Auckland Council, it's not a case of new boss, same as old boss. It's actually, new boss is the old boss, and that's the problem. That's the optics, and that's the reality, unfortunately, as well. So I'll be voting against K and L. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Turner, please.
That's all been said, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Well done. Councillor Watson, please.
Yeah, I'll be almost as brief, and I just really wanted to acknowledge and thank the members who are putting up questions here. There is, despite the typically snide remark about the past, there is a very famous saying about the past that those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. So I'm very grateful to the people who are bringing up instances of the past, because obviously this reform is meant to address these very instances that people are questioning. And I guess everyone's got their war stories to tell about, you know, various things that have happened with Auckland Transport, and it's to be hoped, and I haven't gone in with the same detail other people have, but it's to be hoped that the new regime is sufficiently tight across the board to avoid any number of the very irritating and frustrating situations that did go on often for years and years, caused all sorts of angst. Now, I think certainly in my experience, history has shown that despite what might be said about elected members are actually often in the best position to make the call, a pragmatic call. And I hear one of the items coming up, the great call to pragmatism. It'd be nice if we, at this stage, do as Councillor Lee has suggested, is to start from a position of relative assurance and then loosen up, not the other way around, because I think we all know in the council when it's the other way around it's a lot harder. So just a thank you, Mr Mayor, to those people who are bring a little bit of due diligence and questioning to this process, because I think that's certainly going to stand a better chance of a more robust outcome than the usual state of affairs.
Oh, I agree with that entirely. Yeah, start close and ease out as we get more confidence. And it is replacing stuff that wasn't popular. So well done. Councillor Ferry, please.
Kia ora. I do want to acknowledge that I did make an error in my question. I was looking at the wrong version of the minutes, the one that just said whether it was passed or not. And there were indeed 3 councillors who voted against the Auckland Road Classification Framework. I can't tell exactly who was present, but I think that means at least 15 or 16 voted for it. So just to put that straight on the record, and I do apologise to Councillor Gillen for my error there. I wasn't actually going to speak to this item, but I think what's missing in this conversation is acknowledging the balance that we need to adopt here, because there are literally thousands of decisions that are transferring, and we could very easily gum up our works by having too many of the very low level, low consequence decisions coming to us here or going to local boards, to the point where we actually won't be able to get much else done. And Councillor Henderson raised some questions around that, around the funding required to undertake the level of decision making as opposed to staff delegation for package C, which staff responded is unfunded, the level of staff resource that we would require. And I would point out that also our time is a council resource. The time that we spend preparing, the time that we spend in these discussions, the times in workshops. And I genuinely do not think that my community elected me to be spending a lot of my time on the very low level, low consequence decisions that some people seem to be advocating we should be making here. I think I've been elected to make strategic decisions for the future of the city, to have effective oversight, and for the decisions that people really care about to come to us here. And that's not going to be things like a temporary road closure because of an urgent civic or national event. It's not going to be some of the stuff here that people seem to think we should be deciding. So in the interests of a balance between elected member oversight and decision making and staff delegation, I will be supporting package B for both K and L. I do want to draw attention though, I think N is really important, which is a year 1 review. We probably aren't going to get all of this right first go. That would be quite miraculous, something this complex. So I think it's great that N is included, that we will review, and there may need to be some delegations that we go, oh, we didn't get that right, we need to bring that back here, and some decisions that we've given ourselves that we go, oh, we didn't get that right either, and actually that needs to go to staff. And I think that's all a healthy part of this democratic process. We still have stuff that's not quite landed right from amalgamation 16 years ago. So to think we're going to get this one 100% in one go, I think is heroic. I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Very much for that. Councillor Baker.
Thank you.
Heroics.
Yeah, look, I think the legislation, not all the stuff that went before it, the legislation talks about transparent transport decision making, effective governance that allocates some specific transport decisions to local boards. So with the overall and overarching desire and outcome to have a well-functioning transport system, which we need in Auckland. We need a well-functioning transport system. We have a network. We have all of the things that result in, and I remember, it's obviously come down from the number Shane gave, but I remember when I was on the board of AT getting told that every day there are 2,000 things happening in a road corridor somewhere in Auckland, 2,000, all of those things generally need a decision made. And so, we need to be, taking really, significant care in regards to this, and the old be careful what you wish for situation in regards to this, whatever it is, whether it's over 1,000 or it's 2,000, it's a lot. And we don't have the capacity politically across local boards or governing body to consider all those. So we will always, as we do in council, delegate things to staff. Elected rep involvement in, I guess, the decision making to get to that transparent sort of state that was envisaged will be massively increased, as we've heard on a number of occasions today from the staff. We need to get the balanced approach. We need to get balance in how we do that. So there will be local boards involved in the creation of the work programs and what things look like. Governing body the same on our arterial roads, so that our network continues to function without having 21 local roading authorities determining different things across the network. So from its speed limit, speed humps, whatever, we need to make sure that we get the balance right in the decision making, and that we actually work as a team with our staff, who sometimes get looked at as the enemy. Interesting. So they actually do a lot when you consider the work that is done in our road corridor every day and the times that there are massive issues. It's not all that often when you think there are 2,000 things happening every day in the road corridor. How many of those do we actually hear about? We only hear about, yes, there are cock-ups and we hear about them. All good. We can deal with those now. But we just need to make sure that the processes we put in place are what are envisaged and that they are transparent, effective and well-functioning, because if we don't do that, we fail. And I'll say this again and again, where will we hide when we get it wrong because we no longer have AT to hide behind? So I think this is a good, I think we should actually be, starting with B and setting appropriate direction so that the number of decisions we actually physically have to make at the end of the process, and this is at the end of the process as others have spoken about, is less. But it's up to us giving really clear and good direction. So I'll be supporting it. I think, the additions are welcomed, and I think we're in the right space. And as everyone has said, there is the ability to look at this if the sky does fall in, which I don't think it will do, but we can look at it. So I'll be supporting it.
Okay, thank you for that. The only thing wrong with it for me is that it should have happened about a year ago, at least. And I think we will work this out. There will be adjustment and we'll work it out. The people of the far north cover an area which is more than 4.5 hours to drive from one side to the other, and they've worked it out. So we can work it out. And there'll be a bit of give and take, and we'll get the odd thing wrong. But it's got to be a bloody sight better than what we did, and we won't do the same mistakes twice because we won't be able. Don't want to apologise twice. So I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, I'll record Councillor Newman's item about.
My vote against K and L, please.
Okay, thank you.
And my vote against K also, but support for the rest.
Okay.
And
We've
against
recorded
K and
those
L,
are the ones.
please.
Now, I'll have a 10-minute comfort break, and then I'll have a go at getting as far through it as I can. The next one is the Chief Executive and the CFO's report, which on previous experience has taken anything from half an hour to 4, and I've not been very good at predicting which of those it's going to be. So 10 minutes for the loo break. item 8.3, if you could move up there on the screen, thank you. The Chief Executive and the Chief Financial Officer's report, and I welcome both the Chief Executive and the Chief Financial Officer to the stage.
Kia ora koutou. Nice to be with you again this month, and as per normal, I'll cover a few things, followed by Ross, and then very happy to take some questions. The Mayor said earlier that this section seems to take anywhere between 30 minutes and 3 hours, so just to foreshadow, I'm choosing 30 minutes. But
it's not up to you.
Yeah, well, I thought that was a nice oblique way of making a point. I'll just start by acknowledging that we've finished the financial year and entering reporting season. So there are, I won't spend a lot of time sort of summarising the last year and where things were at, because you've got things, you've got quarterly and annual report material coming through the Budget and Performance Committee, value for money shortly. I do acknowledge, though, that I reported to the Appointments and Performance Review Committee last week and summarised things. To foreshadow, I'm circulating a summary of that. This goes to the scorecard that I formally agree with you on an annual basis. And so there's a summary of performance coming your way. Suffice to say that I'm pretty pleased with where things ended up in terms of financial end of year result, in terms of progress against the strategic priorities and various aspects of reform that you set out for me and for the organisation, and so forth. So I will leave all other general updates. Maybe other than to say, as I've reflected on previously, that the context has been interesting in the last year in terms of the extent of change in the organisation. Obviously the transport reform, but before that other changes that materially affected Tātaki and Eke Panuku. The organisation's in pretty good heart as we understand it from things like staff engagement, levels of turnover being lower, or engagement being higher and staff turnover being lower than it's been for very many years. And we're making good progress in a whole range of other reform issues, including things like increasingly bringing stuff into a digital environment. You'll be interested perhaps to know that the number of digital transactions for the organisation in the last year exceeded 1.2 million. And a very significant proportion of things that we can transact through a digital medium. There's a real trajectory there. I acknowledge in the report, which I refer you to, a list of legislative changes that's pretty fulsomely covered off there. So I won't talk to that other than to acknowledge two or three things. That the Local Government Systems Amendment Bill had its second reading. This is not currently in there, but this is where you need to look for an understanding of whether changes to the Haukura arrangement will happen. So we're keeping a close eye on that because of its impact on them and therefore us in terms of decision making. The Building Amendment Act had its first reading.
This is really critical because it will help us address the joint and several liability, proportionate liability question, and a regime around building warranties. This will have a very material effect on our risk and liability profile going forward if it progresses as it was originally set out. So it's on the pathway now. I think I'm looking across at a previous minister with some responsibility in that area. And then finally, just to acknowledge that the planning and natural environment bills, i.e. the changes to the Resource Management Act area, had their second reading in late July. So quite a lot in that environment that we're keeping an eye on, and consequently there have been and there will be more submissions requiring to input to that process to influence where we can. I acknowledge, I wanted to talk to the savings challenge that exists in this year's budget at a high level, which is to make you aware that I will bring through reports shortly that identify where we need to look in the organisation in terms of addressing that savings challenge. We're positively able to carry forward into this year a number of savings initiatives that we succeeded with last year. So in terms of the 106 million specific target in the annual plan, there's about 50 million of it that we're carrying forward. So still a quite significant body of work required to solve for that savings challenge in the next year, and there'll be reports through value for money and otherwise to you. You need to know, I think, that we've allocated out savings targets to general managers through the organisation. They typically have somewhere between 1% and 4% of their operating budgets needing to be, savings needing to be identified in that sort of proportion. Obviously, the guidance is to look at aspects of cost containment that don't have direct and observable impacts on service levels, not felt by the community, which means that we necessarily need to look at back office and support stuff and other ways of doing things that the public isn't going to experience in a negative way. To the extent that that things do have an impact, an observable impact in terms of service levels, of course that needs to be transparent and will be reported back to you. A couple of slightly random matters. This week Hokura moved into new offices further down towards the Spark Arena in Mahuhu Crescent. So that's been a while coming. And I just want to be on the public record as thanking them for their cooperation and goodwill in terms of making that move. There is a quite material cost saving moving out of the offices down at the viaduct through to this new office accommodation, which is very nice and fit for purpose, but also somewhat more cost effective than the previous office. So acknowledgement to Chair David and Hokura for working with us on that. The implementation of some AI-enabled reporting of problems for the community is going well, and we're going to be increasingly expanding the scope of that in terms of the number of things that can be reported through that mechanism. It's fairly recent, but has already gone through 10,000 users of that, so it's picking up traction in a really positive way. A couple of other things I wanted to acknowledge the folk involved with the Māori Outcomes Fund, political support for sure, but the staff who have been working on this if you understand the backstory with this, there has been an issue previously with the proportion of the Māori Outcomes Fund that's been able to be gotten out the door. It's exceeded 80% this year, and in terms of the Marae Development Support Area, 99% completion against the budget and work program there. So just a bit of credit there. Better value projects, we had an acknowledgement this week of the work in that space. We've now in the last year progressed a third of all projects in the organisation through that methodology, with obviously a priority on the more costly, the more significant of those projects, and that's going to continue building. And we're getting ready to apply that methodology fairly fulsomely in the transport space with the changes that take effect shortly. Which leads me to the transport reform. We are on track for 1 October in terms of implementation of the changed arrangements. Last week, the new structures, both for the Auckland Council operations and for the new public transport CCO, were announced to staff. That involves, as we've discussed previously, but is now confirmed following staff consultation, the establishment of the Transport and Infrastructure Directorate, the movement of the property function and procurement into finance as a part of a story of strengthening the commercial focus in the organisation. And on the public transport side, there's now clarity about the way that will be organised and set up going forward. There is some work to do in terms of accommodation, future office arrangements. I won't go into that here, but that's a current focus. There's still work going on the setup of the Regional Transport Committee. So at the governance end, we've got this new creation where government appointees and council appointees join together for the stewardship long-term of the transport agenda in Auckland. Central government has still not confirmed its appointees, and the jointly agreed chair of the Regional Transport Committee is still not confirmed. So I have to say, and we have expressed to central government, a bit of nervousness about this, given we're very close to 1 October and given work really needs to start picking up now in terms of the 30-year transport plan. The final point I wanted to make, just so you have a sense of what this means at a people level, there are essentially 186 roles that are being disestablished out of this transport reform, but there are quite a number of new roles being created. That reflects the fact of people needing to work in a different environment, both on the public transport side and on this side. So 186 roles, consequently a reasonably significant number of people directly affected this in terms of having their roles disestablished, but there are about 170 new roles. We are managing this in terms of vacancies and what have you to both minimise redundancy compensation costs, ensure that contractually and morally we're looking after people in terms of redeployment opportunities and so on. But we're at that pointy end of the process now. So any vacancies that have been created through this churn are currently live in the organisation now to be filled, with a view to having it as organised and going as it can be for 1 October. Your Worship, I will leave my bit there and just pass to Ross to make a few comments, please.
Sure. Good afternoon, councillors. Financial results for the year to 30 June will be reported through the Budget and Performance Committee on the 18th of August. The results for the last financial year, the trends remain as they have throughout the year, reasonably strong. 87% CapEx delivery, so 3.7 billion of CapEx delivered across the group over that period. OPEX about 2% favourable to budget, and revenue 6% favourable across the group. So continuation of those trends. As I said, we'll go to Budget and Performance Committee, and then the annual results will travel through Audit and Risk Committee, through the governing body, and out to the world through the annual report process. Phil's talked about the savings work that's underway for the current year. So all looking very challenging. So 106 million target. We've got that 50 million backed in from prior years, but the 55 million additional target, quite challenging. As Phil said, we've allocated that out to departments, varying percentages based off, more to back office functions, less to frontline functions. We're now in the process of starting to gather up and see an early view of what that looks like, so that we can then bring that forward to elected members, with the first touch point being the Value for Money Committee next month. Because of all of the previous savings efforts, a lot of discretionary budgets, the easy levers are gone, so it becomes quite confronting. Some parts of the organisation have only sort of staff costs there, so it's kind of looking, how do we do more with, how do we achieve the results and get with less staff levels, so that might be managing through vacancies and attrition. But it does mean spreading work further or stopping doing some work. Some of that relates to taking less, taking a bit more risk. Other areas that where all of their work is community facing, some of the conversation has to move to how do we find savings? It's not about finding savings without impacting community. It's what's the least impact in terms of those savings. So lots of hard discussions. It's pleasing that everyone's taken on the challenge. There's a good response. They've heard the direction from yourselves through the annual budget process. Aucklanders are doing it tough, and we need to do what we can, but we're kind of really into that hard choices space. But we will give you full visibility of that, particularly where things hit community, hit service levels through that elected member process. So that, in addition, I guess, to the 106 million savings challenge we've got, there are risks around fuel costs. So if you recall, in the annual budget process, we talked about, we thought there'd be a fuel cost impact of between 25 to 50 million this financial year. In the budget, we've solved for 25 million of that, and then we said we'd take a monitoring approach, we'd monitor trends, and then we might need to come back to you for additional action, response and mitigations if things are a bit higher. At this point in the process, we've been pushing back hard where people have come to us to vary contracts for fuel escalation. So we've tried to manage, we've pushed back on a lot of things, but there are these contracts that have escalation clauses built into it. We've managed to pay out some of those escalated contracts where people have a right, they've got a contractual right to force us to pay more because of higher fuel prices. Some of that has been paid in the last financial year, about 7 million of cost. So that's hit the previous financial year, and we can cover that with favourable results there. But the current estimates are $37 million. These estimates will change and vary. It'll go up and go down. But we're looking at the moment about a $10 to $12 million extra fuel cost budget hit over and above what we've got budgeted. We'll have to keep monitoring that, but if all else fails, then that's an extra 106 million will have to increase by 10 to 12 million, makes that challenge even harder. Where fuel prices go from here, who knows? It's a very dynamic global situation. We'll keep you updated on that as we progress through the year. Then looking ahead to next financial year, the key shifts there, the key things that we're concerned about is the inflation rate. So the inflation rate is tracking higher than expected. Interest rates are higher as well as a consequence. and we are starting to see through some of the procurement activity, so where new contracts are coming through, where we're going to market, getting pricing, we are starting to see the impact of the higher inflation environment come through to those challenges. So looking ahead to next financial year, the first year of the LTP, before we even start to think about any new investment, we've got this 106 million challenge, and then we've got inflationary interest costs that pressure is starting to build. So that could well be another 100 million, 150 million. We'll give you more information on those numbers and predictions as we move forward. But it's a challenging environment that we're heading into. So that's kind of how the financial picture is looking. We'll keep giving you monthly updates through this forum and through the Value for Money Committee. Thank you.
Very happy to take questions.
As yet, I have no questions, so... Oh, sorry, Councillor Fletcher, I missed you. My apologies.
Thank you, Phil, for your update to us. And this question is one just in terms of the preparedness with rates notices going out this week for those that want assistance. Can you just talk to, or maybe, I'm not sure who I should direct the question to, what level of preparedness you have with staff for inquiries that will be coming in from council, to council from residents?
I'll get Ross to add to this. Suffice to say, we're very conscious of that. The call centre and customer folk are well prepped for that cycle and those inquiries. And obviously aware of some of the specific support tools that are available to assist in that regard. But Ross?
That's correct. So we need to, we're very aware of that. As Phil said, the call centre's on notice. They're prepared for an increase in volume as people call through. We have a range of support options available, including pointing people to the government rebate scheme, the postponement scheme, and payment plans, all those kind of things. There is a bit of effort that's gone into the common side of things. There's material on our Auckland, and there are some explainer videos. I understand some information's been sent out to councillors around some FAQs and pointing in that right direction. We can circulate that again, so that if you're getting queries, you can point people to the right information and direct them to the right place.
Thank you.
Councillor Patterson-Hamlin, please.
Thank you. In terms, first of all, congrats, I guess, for 186 roles changing, but only 10 or so human beings being potentially let go, and that's reducing the human cost to that extent is impressive, and grateful for the work in that space. My question's about, not unrelated probably, about the AI-led interactions and potentially increasing that. Are we kind of comfortable at the moment with our security in terms of how that's performed so far, and what security measures are we planning on putting in place with any expansion of the use of AI?
Yes, thanks for that. First of all, declaring not a huge amount of technical expertise in this space, so I look to others for some assurance. While you might be aware that as part of this change process, by the way, that I've made some changes to the way that shared services will operate in the future. Obviously, there's a very material change in the CCO landscape, so we're going to operate that slightly differently. But one of the things that we are doing, for the time being at least, is keeping the sort of quasi-board that we put in place there in place to sort of help govern some of those back office technology investment areas and what have you. And they've been turning their mind to the cyber security aspect. We've recently invested in some technology to strengthen us, and so there is reasonable levels of assurance around our cyber security
arrangements. In terms of AI and new technologies more generally, we've got people doing work on both the security aspects of that, but also importantly, well, what's the opportunity there and what will the investment look like? One of the areas that you've called for a body of advice on through the long-term plan is that technology investment. So perhaps I might leave it till we are having that conversation a little bit later in the year. Suffice to say that there is both an opportunity but also a cost in the short term in terms of investment to move the organisation towards a more advanced state, really, in terms of its use of technology tools and so on. So yeah, I think we might leave that for a conversation in the context of LTP investment in due course. I might just comment, if I might. I didn't go into a lot of detail with this. There are somewhere just short of $2.5 million worth of direct savings coming out of the transport reform. Some of that is people related. That small number of roles, the difference between the previous arrangement and this one. I have to say I think, wisely trying to be a little bit cautious around this. I really want to get the, that part of the Auckland transport operation that's coming to council. I want to get it in and really understand it before we start over-promising in terms of whether there are efficiencies and cost savings there. We've got to have that experience of it operating the organisation before we start doing too much surgery. So there's a lot of bring it in, make some level of change now, but learn how to operate it and get some first-hand experience. And I've said this sort of semi-publicly in terms of presentations to the staff. I'm a little bit surprised at the size of the public transport enterprise. It's slightly bigger than I originally envisaged through this, but there's a degree of sort of familiarity or ignorance in what I might have originally thought the size of that enterprise might be. But there's a context that's important. Obviously, public transport usage is going up. We're dealing with growth dynamics and increasing services in the City Rail Link coming online and a number of other stations with customer service aspects and what have you. So it's a very dynamic area, and I think it would be unwise to it would have been unwise to go too hard through this simple structural change process in terms of trying to pull cost out now, but we'll be focusing on it through the course of the year.
Thank you, Phil. I'm hoping that the standardisation will save money on consultants rather than staff. There's rather too many other people eating our lunch as well as the staff.
Yeah, there is, Your Worship, there is a body of work around that, and that's quite possible. I think some of that will have a bearing on the capital program and what we can get out of it in terms of number of projects done as well.
I've got a question, and then Mr. Hills will follow up. But would you be able to talk to us about some of the fast track issues we've been facing? I've had a number of mayors talk to me after an LG and Z meeting I agreed to speak at on the proviso they didn't try and make me join, but and I've unearthed the Mayor of Queenstown's really highly annoyed about the process, as are others, particularly because a lot of the fast track, they don't actually ask them to do things fast. There's no time. And so if you're going to have fast track and you say whether you're going to be building within 6 weeks, that makes sense to me. But if you're allowed to wait for years before you get around to doing it, then a whole lot of these highly undesirable greenfields things are coming in, the most notable being, what's it called? Grenmore, something or other, with trucking the sewage to Whangarei didn't struck me as particularly clever or a step forward. So just let us Give us your thoughts on that and where you're going there.
Well, of course, this is a process not of our making. That both, I think our experience reflects what I'm hearing from colleagues, other chief executives around the country, and there are two sides to this coin. There are positive stories, where infrastructure and other projects are being enabled through this process to get off the ground more quickly and with more certainty and what have you. And, there's positive sentiment around that. Conversely, as we're experiencing, there are projects, residential projects, for example, around the periphery of the city, as you know, that that represent sort of out of cycle things that have consequences for us in terms of infrastructure and so forth. So there are a number, others around the country share a degree of concern about what it's enabling. In that regard, there are some practical sides to this. I mean, it's putting there are quite a number of these, and they're putting additional pressure on our planning and other folk who are required to prepare inputs in a very short timeline. So there are resource implications for us that we're coping with, but under some degree of pressure in terms of just getting responses out in the required time frame on them, which is part of the process, of course. I personally think there are some fairly interesting, shall I say, outcomes coming out of that process, such as one that you're aware of to the north of Auckland, CBD.
Okay, I've got Councillors Hills, Sayers, Watson, and then hopefully lunch. Okay.
Thanks, Mayor. And I was going to ask a similar question. I will ask a further question on Fast Track Phil, and I am working with the Mayor's office and Megan on response or further actions. But is there any discussion you've had with other CEs around just downing tools, like we just refuse to do any work on fast tracks, not process them, or is that you just couldn't do that legally?
Well, we can't do no, not really. I'm aware of a little bit of that sentiment, but not seriously as a proposition from other councils. I would regard that definitely as a political, requiring to be politically led rather than officials. We will continue professionally to respond and as we are required to by the legislation.
Thank you. And just another thing, and it is the cost of the planning changes next year. Were you aware, or is the staff or team, maybe Megan, I haven't had a chance to talk to her, but about the regulatory relief? So we submitted against that point, but we got told at the time that it probably wouldn't be retrospective. And I'll give one example. The SEAs that have been in place for decades, what we're hearing is that we will have to reassess all of those before we can even do a new plan change, and we could end up having to pay 24,000 people between $7 million and $2 billion is the independent assessment of that under rates capping. Are we doing a bit of deep dive on what that actually means for us, Megan?
Yeah, thanks to the chair. Look, we are. We've just started to understand what the report back to the committee says. So those bills, and assuming that then rolls through into the final act. So we're kind of in the early stages of trying to understand what that means. But we were always really concerned with it. We said that in our submission. You said that in your submission, and we still are now. So we will need to come back to you with some greater advice and understanding once we get that.
I'm wondering if. Was there any way urgently you could talk to officials, even if it was just going forward, a new requirement putting on, but requiring, I assume houses and properties were bought at a lower price if you had a SEA on your property for 20 years saying you can't build on this stream and forest, and now like, I don't know, it just seems...
Could have been the case. Look, I'm happy to talk to officials. Yeah, thanks.
And maybe a question for Ross. So can I have that clear again? Of the 106, you've locked in 50, you believe. So you've got 56 million still to find, then likely another 10 million on top of that for the fuel.
Yes, that's the current situation. Yep.
Yep.
And
plus whatever else we feel we need to do during the course of the year to get us in the best financial position we can be in going into the long-term plan, given the I would suggest reasonably shared aspiration here to stick with that indicative 3.5%, which is under pressure already. So, you know, the story's not finished in terms of the short-term plans around that 106 million.
Yeah, that 3.5 was predicated on 2% inflation, and we're at 4, so that'll be interesting. But so the 66 million you're trying to find, Phil and Ross, will you have to come back to us if there are drastic decisions, like if you've still got 66 million and not, like how is this affecting staff and projects and plans, or are you just going to have to quickly pull a handbrake on some stuff?
Couple of points. We are going to report to you anyway for transparency around the decisions that need to sit behind that 106 million. We most certainly need to report to you where there are potentially service level impacts, again for transparency, but also because those are your decisions, not mine. Okay, but we need to be transparent around any impacts like that. You know, as the financial year progresses, and if we are not confident about meeting those savings targets, then other things need to be done during the course of the year. Not filling vacancies, slowing down the expenditure run rate to ensure that the end of year position is sound. And again, that's something we just need to progressively report on during the course of the year to you. So you should have pretty fulsome visibility of what's happening in that regard.
Cool. And last question, just on staff wellbeing, just with the, you know, it's a massive change, the transport reform, and there's other parts of the organisation who maybe thought they weren't affected and now are, and that may not mean they're losing a job, it might mean they're changing. How much, I know you're meeting with them and doing teams and stuff often, but how much additional support around that are staff getting on the transition to make sure they're okay, but also that the bones of the organisation continue as well as possible?
Well, there's not a lot of new stuff in that regard. We've got good support structures in place, mechanisms and so on, career guidance, other personal supports and what have you. I haven't got any recent stats in terms of whether the demand's going up by virtue of this. I have to say, I think the staff are in pretty good shape, including folk at Auckland Transport. The most important thing for them that I've repeatedly been told is that they want clarity and certainty about what the future looks like, and very positively we're now in a position to kind of largely give them that. So, and you know, it might be just opportune just to pause and thank all of those people, particularly folk affected in Auckland Transport. They've been highly professional and engaged, and the performance of AT has demonstrably been quite positive in terms of the capital program and other KPIs. So there's a lot to be pretty pleased with actually in terms of things not coming off the rails. Yeah.
Thank you. Could I have Councillor Sayers, please?
Yeah, thanks, Phil. Just two questions around the AT reform exercise. One, you mentioned about the standardisation, and I'm not sure you said there was some work being done. So when might we get some visibility on, you know, what's planned to be standardised and, you know, what's happening inside that work program? The other question is around listening to this morning's discussions about the delegations and the roads, etc., in terms of the width of decision-making that, if that's the right way to term it, the width of decision-making that perhaps existed for staff within Auckland Transport versus what you're going to propose them coming into Auckland Council, are those spans of control or decision-making going to be the same, wider or tighter, just relative to where staff's delegations have been traditionally with Auckland Transport?
Look, I don't say this to sort of open up or relitigate anything from that last item, but there are some very material changes in the staff delegation space represented here. You know, some of the stuff that was previously going to the Transport Control Committee, I might not have the terminology there, you know, that ceases to exist, and there's a whole body of stuff that sits with elected members going forward. So, yeah, there are pretty significant changes between the future operating model in that regard and what previously existed. I won't get into too much of a commentary about the Auckland transport structure. Suffice to say that through this process, we've had a look at things like spans of controls and reporting arrangements and what have you. There were, relative to the size of the organisation in AT, it was more top heavy and more layered than typically what is represented in the new structure and on the Auckland Council side, and likewise the public transport side. To the first element of your question.
Sorry, Phil, if I could ask that just related to your answer there before you move on. One of the primary reasons I'm asking that is in terms of elected members, whether they be councillors or local board members or Kura members, the speed at which they can get responses back in terms of queries. So that was one of the kind of additional reasons behind my question, just to understand, will our service levels to us be better, faster, or otherwise?
I think they will be at least as good, if not better. I do want to acknowledge that empirically, if you have a look at the feedback from local boards about Auckland Transport in recent times, there had been a significant improvement in quite a positive way in terms of the sentiment around that level of immediate support from Auckland Transport. So that's a good starting point to kind of preserve in this, and we've absolutely done that in terms of the dedicated roles that are there for elected member liaison and response reasons. That's been protected and enhanced because of that decision making in the new structure. I might just pause and get Steve to comment, because this is going to be his new baby.
Thank you, Councillor. Just talk about standardisation.
Yeah.
So just refer to the first point of your question, Councillor, about the standardisation. Look, there's a number of activities that we're not waiting till the 1st of October, which is the go live date, to start doing things quite differently, and looking at our standard designs is one of them. So Auckland Transport does have standard designs. We're currently going through and looking at all those designs from a fit for purpose or value for money perspective. We're then comparing that with the standard designs that we have within Auckland Council, and then looking and comparing the two to make sure that they integrate with each other. I think one of the things that we're finding is the adherence to using the standard designs during construction. That's a bit of a concern. So we're looking at the process and education around how Auckland Transport staff and how third-party staff use those designs to implement value for money projects in the field. So it's work in progress. It's progressing really well, but we'll be in a good position by the 1st of October around that whole design standardisation, and also utilising the in-house design resources that we do have available to us.
And Steve, are we likely to get a debrief on where we've landed with all that work?
Yeah, absolutely. More than happy to do a debrief on any topic that the councillors would like to understand more on.
Finally, just the Mayor alluded to a little bit earlier, a hope or expectation that by doing the standardisation, there might be savings, external savings from consultancy input. Do you see that as a reality?
Yeah, I think where the real benefit is to really understand the scope of the project before we commit to it, that we're actually delivering projects that the community really value, and it's about making sure that we deliver the right form and function, and we have the scope well defined before we go to construction. I think that's where the biggest benefit is in terms of making savings.
Okay, and if I may ask this question, Steve, it's not my area of expertise, but it's often been commented about scope creep, you know, as it goes through so many hands, it all gets kind of gold-plated, for want of a better word. So the exercise that you've just explained to us that the organisation's going through right now, do you see that being, what are the controls about limiting that scope creep?
Scope creep's quite different to having the scope right at the first place. So our focus is about making sure that we have the scope right before we commit, even to tendering work, as an example. So we are delivering the right project at the right time in the right place. We do have controls in place during project execution to make sure that we control scope, which is scope creep, to make sure that we don't just keep adding new things to the project as the project progresses on site. So, you know, to me, it's about spending the time getting things right up front, because that's where we can go out to market, do our procurement on a very defined scope that the customers, that our communities see, value and trust.
I think I might just comment as well that as a basic rule of thumb here, if it's more cost effective to do some of that scoping, commissioning, design work in-house, preferably on the basis of some standardised designs wherever possible, then that's what we should do. My instinct is that there probably is consulting cost in here that can be pulled back through that thinking. It's been obscured, I think, slightly by the fact that some of that work is capitalised in projects rather than observable in the operating side of the business. So it is an area for ongoing look, and I'm really pleased that Steve's picked it up and has a dedicated work stream around it.
Yeah, very good. I'm pleased as well, so thank you.
Me too. Councillor Watson, please.
Following on from Councillor Fletcher's questions to do with the rates demands that I understand go out this week, certainly my experience when there was revaluations was that, you know, a lot of people, if not all of them, got caught by surprise, and there was quite a lot of contact with certainly the elected members. In this case, we have a record rate increase that's going out, and I just want to know what the accessibility is of people to draw some comparisons with their rates from previous years. Obviously, if you keep a paper copy, then you can go back and look. And I bring this up because I had a query yesterday from a guy who wanted to compare his rates now to what they were in 2022-23. And as it turned out, his property was roughly the average. So I knew what the average was from looking at some of the old annual plans I had, and in his case it had, gone up over $1,500 since 2022-23. So I was able to give him an answer. But for other people who want to go back a few years rather than just last year, are they able to access their rate demands online, or do they require a digital copy, I guess they could go back and look through their bills, but is there any easy, straightforward way through the council website that they can compare their rates increases over a number of years?
I'm not sure what is readily available. Obviously, if they contact council through the call centre, we can find information. We might just have to look at what is online, what we can make available, where we can point people to, and come back to you. I can't answer off the top of my head what is available.
So I certainly know technological wizard, Ross, but as it stands, it appears to me as you can just access your current account, your current demand. So if there is a way that people can get back, maybe not back to the beginning of the world, but back 3 or 4 years, I think that would be helpful in people being able to track how their rates have changed over time, because obviously the more your rates increase goes up, consequently then the greater the impact of a rates increase, because you're at a higher level. So I'm just signalling I detect a lot of interest in this, and I suspect if last time was anything to go by, there will be a lot of inquiries.
We'll have a look and see what's possible. It might be that if people use the My Auckland portal, they can see their rates. There might be a history through that channel, but we'll have a look and see what is available or can be made available.
Thank you for that. Councillor Williamson, please.
Yeah, this is probably not going to be that popular, but I just want to go through a question about the AT and merging it back into the council. There's some really good examples in operations both in New Zealand and around the world, and some really good examples in New Zealand of transport operations where a cataclysmic or a catastrophic change had to be made to the way it was structured and functioned. And at the end of it, a huge number of staff were found to have been part of a inflated bureaucracy of inefficiencies. So in fact, in the mid-1980s, the Labour government got in and deregulated Kiwi Rail, or New Zealand Rail. Total staff, 25,000. They paid out nearly $500 million in redundancies and brought the staff to 5,000 and carried more freight each year from that point on. I was part of a merger of Air New Zealand and NAC, about 4,500 Air New Zealand staff, 5,500 NAC, 10,000 merged into one new airline. And of that 10,000, 2,500 were made redundant that year. And there's plenty of examples in terms of British Airways. So my question comes back to you, when you've got the opportunity to make a radical, complete redo of an organisation and sharpen its focus and get rid of the inefficiencies and take any of the fat and surplus that normally accumulates in any organisation over time, you're telling us there was 17 people difference? And I just can't understand why we haven't been able to make a far more significant improved service, as has been elsewhere. As I said, I think British Airways British Rail took 110,000 staff out and started carrying more people and freight. So I guess my question simply comes down to you, how much thought did you get to really honing out some massive efficiency gains and reduction of bureaucracy and duplication and quadruplication that just necessarily by osmosis creeps into a big organisation over the time, as opposed to what looks like just a lift and shift?
It's a fair question. We have not done a full surgical look at Auckland Transport in terms of efficiency. That is, I acknowledge that. Recognising it's going into two parts, and there has been an element of that responsibility properly sitting with the interim board and in terms of the future public transport design as well. But for that part of it that's coming to council, we have not done that work yet, other than to ensure in the design of the structure that that as a starting point it makes sense and we can carry on with the transport functions that are coming our way. Now that does not mean that, you know, and there was clearly a possibility that we could do that through this exercise, but the time frame didn't really allow it. Okay, because, you know, this all needs to be done by 1 October. Now, that might sound like a bit of a cop-out, but it is the reality of the situation. We have, however, in the last year, built up quite a significant number of vacancies, I think prudently, because we wanted to mitigate the possibility of redundancy compensation costs and the effects on people. And there is a question remaining about the extent to which we will fill all of those going forward. So both Stacey van der Putten and I, from a leadership point of view, need to look more closely at those structures on an ongoing basis to see what the opportunity is there. Yeah, but I you know, and I appreciate it might sound like a bit of a cop-out, but in terms of priorities, the key strategic priority is around the democratic decision making and the shifting of the function in, and there is an element of kind of lift and shift involved in that. Some change certainly, but not wholesale to the point that it, you know, in a different environment you might have done something a little bit more.
Phil, I can almost live with that and lie abed at night sort of calmly, as long as I know that after it's all in place and functioning, a real sort of root and branch analysis of what are the roles and functions, how many do we have relative to an organisation that's similar to us, and benchmarking, and that if we do actually have a massive duplication or quadruplication of roles and functions and tiers and so on, we begin a process of then making sure we downsize to what is a realistic, efficient operation. Because my real fear in an organisation like this, if you just do the lift and shift, from Monday onwards, we just carry on as we were. And I don't want that to happen.
Just final point. So I don't mean to say that there hasn't been some scrutiny in that regard. For example, you know, and you might be familiar how this normally unfolds in a lot of organisations. You know, you have a look at the management hierarchy, the number of direct reports, the spans of control, you know, focusing on that sort of middle management layer. So some of that has absolutely happened in terms of the setup of the new reporting arrangements.
Okay.
Julie, lunch.
Subtle, Mr. Mayor. I actually have one short question, which I know is unusual. Development levies. We had an indication from central government that they were bringing new legislation to change the development contribution system. We still don't have that, as far as I'm aware, and the clock's starting to tick very loudly on that. Do you have any indication yet of when we might hear something, and how are we preparing for that? Because we'll need to have that in the mayoral proposal, really. Thanks.
I haven't had any recent updates. There was some policy and draft legislation, so bits of it released many months ago. Since then, yeah, it's all gone a bit quiet, so we're still waiting to hear from timelines. I don't know whether Phil or Megan's got any further updates around timelines, but at the moment it's all very quiet from what I can see.
Is it coming up in the regional deal conversations, the city deal?
It is in terms of needing more tools around this stuff, and the government's saying that they're going to provide the tools, and we're saying we haven't got them yet. So we're not sure that it will come out prior to the election anymore. So there certainly won't be any decisions made. I guess there's a slight chance that you might get a bill introduced, but I'm not even sure that's going to happen now.
So I think it will be useful for us in the long-term plan conversation to understand what that means, because earlier the indication was that we would have to have development levies in place as a system for the next long-term plan. That sounds to me like we won't be able to do that.
No, I don't believe we can, no. I don't think the legislation will be through by then anyway.
Okay.
Even if we had to.
Yeah, okay. That has quite serious implications for the long-term plan budgeting then. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, the change of name from development contributions to development levies has been foreclosed, but the numbers, and it's the numbers which make a difference. And so, as a person who pays them, the numbers is quite important. Anyhow, talking of numbers, we're going to reconvene at 2:10. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we've got to vote and say we receive the report. All those in favour of receiving the report? And I've moved and seconded it by Abe Baker. All those in favour of receiving it, and pay aye, please. Contrary, thank you very much. Now you can go and receive a sandwich. 7 are largely procedural, so I'm going to take a risk and move them all together, and seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Right? Is there anybody so desperate they won't have a discussion about any of these things? No. All right, I'll move those. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye to the contrary. Carried. Righto. Now we'll move through the numbers and number thing. Next one's number 10.1. Update on committees. I'll move this. Andy Baker will second that one. Councillor Baker. Right, there's 2 years left of this term, and I want to make sure Auckland and the council are in much better shape. It means assembling a leadership team who are champions of Auckland, ready to meet the challenges of our city. At the start of this term, I said I'd review committee structures and work programs before work began on the long-term plan. The time is now, and we implement the Auckland deal. As we do that, embed transport reform and set land use planning under Plan Change 120. Aucklanders need our strongest performing councillors in leadership positions. The councillors of the whole require proper leadership to deliver transport, PC 120, LTP and the Auckland deal. Thanks to Leslie Simpson for her pragmatic leadership, both as Deputy Mayor and Chair of Value for Money, Lead Council for Tātaki and Champion for Arts and Culture, plus our new councillors who are already making strong contributions. Where earlier points haven't worked out or expectations haven't been met, I'll make changes and lead a team ready to work hard. This is the first time Auckland has had a trained accountant in charge of its budget committee, believe it or not. The regional governors, not just the bigger local boards, small decisions like shade sales and paver colours should be left to local boards. They know their communities best. I'll always be open to working with anyone who brings fresh ideas and acts constructively on regional priorities. We've got councillors from across the political spectrum here, and while we may hold differing reviews, we'll disagree agreeably and vote based on common sense rather than political stripes. It's a stark contrast to Wellington politics, and it's something Auckland should be proud of. With a bit of perspective, we can make sharper, wiser judgments of our city. So, I'll take any questions at that stage, as soon as I'm presenting this. Councillor Gillan, please.
Well, thank you. I'll be blunt. Can you go through and please advise your reasoning behind the proposed demotion of each of the councillors that are receiving a demotion today?
Sorry, I just sneezed. Could you just say that again, just as you were talking?
Can you please go through your reasoning for the demotion of each of the councillors that are proposed to receive a demotion today?
Well, I think I just went through my reasoning. I just decided to pick on what I think is that it gives me the best team to promote things for the next stage this year when we're doing these. That's it. That is the reason.
Okay, follow-up question.
Nothing personal.
You mentioned on call to me yesterday that my attendance at the community meeting in Devonport in the weekend, that you weren't too
No, it's entirely.
Do you want to elaborate on that?
That's got nothing to do with this at all. I mean, everyone's entitled to attend whatever meetings you wish to attend to. So, good on you for going to Devonport. I've got probably different views about that, but you're entitled to go there perfectly well. Good way to show yourself to the public in Devonport. Nice picture. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was at a meeting yesterday in West Auckland, and Councillor Henderson was there with me, and I'd seen that it had already been publicised, these changes, and I said to Councillor Henderson, kind of congratulations, or you've got another job, and he did say to me, yeah, I'm going to be working damned hard, and I know he will be. But, sorry? Damned hard, yeah. We've just had everyone talking this morning, including Councillor Henderson, about capacity and how much we can do. Sitting by his shoulder there is, who's not at the moment, but usually, is Councillor Williamson, who has a lot to offer, including being in government, the Minister of Transport for 3 years. Do you think that loading all the work on one person is fair and reasonable for that one person? And do you think that maybe not involving the other person with obvious skills in those areas and a proven track record is shortcutting, Aucklanders on who they sent forward for you that they thought had the attributes they wanted you to work with?
I don't think that Henderson's got the thing all right. Everything he's been to, Baker's been to. And in 3 months' time, the former Minister of Transport will take my place on the Auckland Regional Transport Committee. I just want to be there just to make sure it starts properly, as the only person who's actually been on a Regional Transport Committee. So that's a fair assessment of it.
There's, in no way do I mean any disrespect to the people who have taken on new roles. But it says on the executive summary here that, looking forward to the things we have to achieve, like Plan Change 120, there was and has been a robust debate around this table, because myself in particular are coming here with an understanding, my understanding of the public's requirements, what they want me to bring here. I paid for my own report, which said that, only 614 people out of the 10,550 who sent in submissions supported Plan Change 120 outright. I take an inference out of the wording in that you're looking for a unanimity. You want people there who are going to agree in these seats.
Not at all, but people who've got a real interest in that and work hard on those things there. And Mr. Hills has been in charge of that sector and showed an inordinate interest in planning. Not a subject which fills joy to everybody, but and good on him for that. And everybody's got their input around the table. No one's restricted from speaking and giving their view. But in terms of the direction of Plan Change 120 to intensify along the already unbelievably expensive rail and bus links that we've got, makes a lot of sense to me and to a lot of people. And in fact, I campaigned as part of my thing saying that we wanted to do that. We've now got this city rail link. We'll never pay for it if we don't have people living there who are going to catch it. And so it seems to me inordinately sensible. And an awful lot of people thought I was on the right track.
Just one last question then. You had said in the media yesterday that this was all, the adjustments came because of merit, suggesting that the ones who lost jobs, maybe there was some merit that they didn't perform up to or something. Councillor Ginnam's just asked you that. The one thing they all have in common is being supporters of the proposed 5.9% rate increase, the question. Is there a reason for that, do you think?
Is there a reason for them supporting 5.9?
Well, the only commonality is that they were all people who posed an alternative to your last rate rise.
Well, that can happen. People are capable of supporting or opposing.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, and I'll oppose today. Thank you.
Councillor Watson?
Yeah, thanks. So just picking up on a couple of the questions there, because this is obviously quite an important matter, the future leadership of Auckland Council over what's usually the remainder of the term. So I was trying to follow all the communications yesterday between press releases put out by the ratepayer-funded media advisors and then a spurge of articles. So if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, I'll ask you the first question. In one of I think it was the New Zealand Herald, you said that the council appointments are based solely on performance. solely on performance. Is that correct?
Well, that's my judgment of it.
Okay. So usually in any situation where, you're concerns with people's performance or, there's some semi-employment situation, which this is, if someone's not performing or performing less than you'd like, you usually tell them in one shape or another. So I guess my question would be, what was the requests or the instructions you gave to the people who were demoted in terms of their performance failures or inadequacies or however like you might deframe it? What was your communications with them in terms of their failure to perform, given that these appointments are all based solely on performance?
Well, I was quite clear to the public of Auckland the direction I wanted to take the council, and the public of Auckland were very clear in the fact that that's where they wanted to go. And so those people who have supported that direction, that's good performance, and people who have not supported that direction, not such good performance.
So by that I mean supporting the performances, whether you voted for your rates increase or not. Is that it? Is that the guts of it?
That's a part of it. Part of it, but if you want to go in a certain direction and you announce that direction, those people and that direction is very popular, and that's what you said you would do, and that's what I said I would do. Yeah. And bearing in mind that a year before, after an extensive consultation, a long-term plan came up with what we voted for this year. There was nobody at the last election unaware that we were going to have 7.9% this year, other than people who hadn't noticed that we said we'd have 7.9% this year. And that was voted for by a large majority of the people, and so following along from those things, it's quite a simple thing to do. That's the direction in which you go. Yeah. Like the All Blacks want to score more against South Africa, and those people who help the scoring will get rewarded, and those people who don't want to help the scoring won't. It's as simple as that.
I think you're mixing up performance with voting a certain way. That seems to me. I mean, I just wonder how a vote on an annual plan relates to a deputy chair of a regulatory committee or a deputy chair of a community committee or a deputy chair of anything else. I can't quite see the connection between the two. I thought there'd be other qualities you might be looking for in terms of leadership or deputy leadership of committees, and you'd be able to draw a distinction between whether people just vote the way that you want. Do you draw that distinction?
I'm sorry you can't see that, but I can.
You can see it, okay. As far as the chairing goes, do you think that it's important to have people with good chairing skills? Like, so when you weigh up whether to appoint people to be a chair or not, do you see the ability to chair a committee, that's a consideration you take into account? And the reason I bring that up is that obviously there has been a change with one of the chairs, and that person, without blowing his trumpet too much, is generally seen as being one of the better, if not the best, chairs of a council committee. So is chairing skill something you bring into account when you weigh this all up?
Well, chairing is part of it. I mean, part of it is leadership, part of it is contributing, part of it is the work that you do behind, part of it is helping on otherwise develop policies which are worth chairing for. And so it is part of it, but it's not elaborate. It's not a sitting here at a microphone contest. There's more to it than that.
One of the other questions I think was raised in one of the newspaper articles was the extent to which the demotions or promotions, or however you want to characterise it, revolved around some of the people who were exposing or making complaints about the litany of misconduct, both alleged and actual, during the month of July, where hardly a week went past when there was some other revelation to do with bullying or a toxic culture. Did that enter into your calculations at all?
No, not at all, because I was unaware of all that stuff, actually. I hadn't actually seen any examples of bullying, but no. That's,
So
Not
if
a
you
part of it.
hadn't seen it, but do you take what other people say as something? Do you have to witness it firsthand, or do you listen? These are all your councillors. They're all under your council. Do you listen to what other people say in respect when they say they're being treated inappropriately? Is that something you weigh up in this dispersal of committees and judgments on performance?
I think one listens to all 20 contributors around the table, plus people outside. It's a broad base. I am influenced by the business community, the sports community, even via the Deputy Mayor, the arts community. We are here for the public, not necessarily here for each other in that regard, but yes, you take into account all of these things. It's a bit like the selection of a team. You're just looking at who fits in well and how it goes. And the selector gets to select. I'm sure that the current All Black selector's got one or two people who are quite grumpy about him as well, but he's got to make a selection.
Yeah, I guess if we can continue that analogy of a team, and it's a good analogy, is that if you have the leadership of a team, if you want to get the best out of a team, you're looking for encouragement or people to see fair play or people are treated appropriately. You don't end up having a very good All Black team or Te Papa team if you have accusations of bullying and people getting dropped because they don't do what the captain says, or the most skillful players being left on the subs bench. I don't think that probably would make for a very good team. So I guess what qualities of leadership do you look for in terms of, ensuring fair treatment and respect and all those noble sentiments that we hear talked about around this table? I mean, does that figure in? Is there people in your team who you look to be the guarantors of keeping everyone on side and bringing out the best in people and making sure people are treated fairly? Does that come into your calculations?
I think you've laid it very well. That is exactly what we're trying to do, and thank you for laying it out so well. And when you do play for a team, you generally do what the captain says, even sometimes when you're told to play in the middle of the scrum and you want to be the number 8, if the captain has the position to do that, and one follows the leadership there. I think you've described leadership very well. Thank you very much for that. Good speech.
I don't think Adam Dewey at the West Tigers would necessarily agree with that, but that's another story. Final question along this line, though, Mr. Mayor, and it was again another one of your quotes, and just in terms of, I guess, this whole process, and you said that because I'm an engineer, we lack empathy, but we're very good at getting things done and telling the truth, and I think particularly of that last phrase. So, telling the truth is something you would really hold as being a hallmark of your decisions and your calculations in this matter, is it?
Yeah, well, my father told me to tell the truth because that's the way you can remember what you said.
Yeah. Final question, because I don't want to hog the questioning, and you're being quite helpful in your responses, and it goes to the transport appointments. And I noticed at point 16 you talk about the people, and again, like Councillor Turner, no aspersions on the people mentioned here, about the people who bring significant experience in the transport sector. And it prompted me to think, in terms of that experience in the transport sector, Mr. Mayor, if you ask ChatGPT or anything about some of your councillors as to what their experience is, the two that stand out, and I won't name them to embarrass them, but in the first instance, both of these people had, and quote unquote, unusually deep transport backgrounds compared with many Auckland councillors. Much of their reputations was built around major transport policy rather than simply voting on transport matters. One was regarded as the principal political champion of Auckland's rail revival, leading the push for electrification of Auckland's rail network, campaigning successfully for the Onehunga line, strong advocacy for the City Rail Link, which is due to open up soon, and that was only a number of that individual's contributions to transport. The other person's legacy centred on transforming Auckland's downtown transport system during her time as mayor, delivering the Britomart Transport Centre, preserving Auckland's rail corridors, supporting Auckland's rail renaissance, and again being a central figure in the CRL. So when I look at expertise or track record in the sector, it'd be hard to beat those two, wouldn't it?
Well, I didn't actually ask ChatGPT anything. I've just made my own assessments on how it works in terms of a group. But in terms of track record in transport, I don't know quite what it said about me, but I mean, I have chaired the Land Transport Safety for New Zealand. I have designed roads, I have built roads, I have owned roads, I have sold roads, I have traded in roads. And our problem is in the road side of it rather than the public transport side of it. And that's where the main complaints were with the public over that. They're not, the actual passenger transport has had quite, but you're quite right, there have been excellent contributions by people before me, and that's a good thing as well. And that balances the whole team around us. Yeah. And so I'm aware of all those things, but I haven't relied on AI yet. For this. I'm trying to use sort of AI and its old version of actual intelligence rather than artificial
intelligence. I don't think you have to rely on AI, just go and look at the records of the Auckland Regional Council and the Auckland City Council. And the reason I bring it up is because there is a doubling up here. So we have people who are both chair and deputy chair of the Transport Committee, and good on them, they're doing a good job there. And then they're also doubling up as members of this Auckland Regional Transport Committee. Don't you think there was an opportunity there to share the love a bit, given how big transport is for every ward across Auckland? Wasn't there an opportunity to draw on that wider expertise and cover off a couple more councillors? Wouldn't that have been a useful road to take?
That's a point to raise. The Auckland Regional Transport Committee, we haven't had one yet. I have been on one.
So have I, mate.
Yeah, well, that's good on you. And
a real one. A real one.
Okay, final question.
And we're not sure yet whether that will be entirely separate or the same just to the thing. But things sort of don't go wrong here, they start wrong. So I'm kind of interested in being involved in that myself at the start, because it was largely as a result of my driving that we've actually got the change away from AT. And so I want to be in at the start, but after 2 or 3 months, I'll step aside and Councillor Williamson will take my place on that and bring into play his skill set. And so that's what's proposed.
Final question, and it goes to the notion of pretty much everything I've tried to solicit a response about in respect of, performance and neutrality and reflecting the desire to push Auckland ahead and any number of other cliches. But I'd just be curious, Mr. Mayor, in the remarkable coincidence that of the 7 councillors who voted either in all or in part to oppose your rates increase, 4 of them have 4 of them had nothing to start off with, and 3 now have joined them. That seems to me a remarkable hit rate for anyone, and to be honest, if we chuck in another thing there, including those people are the people who have been complaining about the toxic culture around this place. Do you find that to be a remarkable coincidence, or just a predictable lineup of poor performance?
Sometimes people who don't get everything they feel they have get a bit grumpy and guilty of toxic culture themselves, and that may be what the coincidence is. I'm not aware of that. I haven't asked each of those people that at all. But teams join together and head in a certain direction. And again, the thing that they voted against was something which was widely canvassed at the long-term plan. And next year's long-term plan says 3.5, and that's what I intend to deliver. And we said 7.9 this year, and that's exactly what we delivered. And so I like to, and I've heard several people talking today about the need for predictability. And there's one thing I am is quite predictable. We said 5.9, and we said 7.9, and we're going to go 3.5, and that's exactly what will happen. And predictability is a good thing. At least I've heard that lots around in the table, although it's sometimes hard to get. Thank you very much for questions.
I just say it might have been widely canvassed. It was also widely unpopular too, which maybe explain the votes of those people who have now been demoted.
Thank you. Councillor Lee, did you have your hand up, or I'm not sure if you did?
I think everyone would be very happy to get this item out of the way as quickly as possible, but I'm not sure if you're aware, but there's two narratives running here, and you're the architect of both of them. One is that you're making these changes because of performance, but you've also made it clear that these people are being punished for not going along with the captain. And so you can't really have it both ways. I think the advice you were given when you were a child is the right one. You tell the truth and shame the devil, but don't make up two stories and act as if you are a dictator of Auckland. This is a democratic organisation, and it's shameful that there seems to be no rights for members who are interested in serving in committee roles and chairs and all that sort of stuff, and I'm not particularly at the present time, that if they vote the wrong way, no matter how dedicated they might be or enthusiastic or how much value or how impressed people are with their performance, and I'm looking at the former or soon-to-be former chair of the Budget Committee, that they're being punished for voting with their conscience, for voting not the way you want, but voting the way their electorate wants. And you find that intolerable, and I think that's particularly unhealthy for yourself and for this organisation. You need to tolerate some dissent, Mr Mayor. You're a mayor, that's it. You're nothing else. You're not a king or a prince. We're meant to be a democratic organisation, and you need to be more tolerant of dissent. Thank you.
Thank you for that. It is definitely a democratic organisation, and I'm democratically elected from all of the areas that you represent. And I have also had feedback from those areas which you represent. I have a question from Councillor Ferry.
Oh, kia ora, Chair. I was just curious about whether you recalled that there were some other councillors who raised some culture issues last term prior to the last election. Do you recall that?
I'm sure there were, but no, I don't dwell on those things, so I can't quite recall. You'll have to fill me in a little bit.
Well, I can tell you that I was one of them in the media with David Fisher, as was Councillor Dalton. Have I been demoted?
No.
No.
Did the right way.
Thank you. And as to the unpopularity of the budget, were there any alternatives put forward in the budget workshops prior to the vote?
No, really. And the main thing that the alternative relied upon was to defer depreciation, which is something that's considered to be most unwise, and so that's the answer to that.
And was that option, even deferring depreciation, something that staff were asked for advice on via the workshops that we were all part of?
It was, and they were advised that that's the most unwise thing to do.
And there was clearly a discussion about that which showed that there wasn't an appetite around the table to do that.
There was indeed.
Yeah. And as to the anti-democratic nature of these changes, have you brought this as an agenda report today, Chair? Have you brought this as an agenda report today, Chair?
Yes, I have.
And are we going to vote on this shortly?
I'm hoping so.
Okay, that seems pretty democratic to me. Thank you.
Councillor Turner again.
Thank you for letting me have a second go, Mr. Mayor. Two things. I don't want to relitigate our meeting the other day about who said what over the budget, but I do just want to let you know that I did send through questions and proposal. The last 2-page response I got from Ross came the evening before the meeting, and I didn't see it until after the meeting the next day because I was working on other stuff as well. But, you know, that had proposals about grants and borrowings, and I had questions answered in the $49 million range by Ross. So I just wanted to say that there was people who put forward considerations and proposals. The system is so slow that it didn't show through in this discussion here. So that, but the other thing I just wanted to say.
Sure, they'll be welcome this coming year, anyhow, if they're that good.
Yep,
So
yeah, no worries.
we're looking for another $106 million of savings. So contributions such as yours, and you voted against the thing and have not been demoted in any way.
Well, I lost it all when the term started. Anyway, thank you. Anyway, my question is, do you agree that this is not Team Council, but Team Auckland? And the difference in this team compared to the teams you're kind of describing is that everyone around this table, including the good people who've got new positions, they've been put here by other people who've chosen them, not you, and that really you're here as a referee rather than a captain.
Well, I'm here as the most voted for person by a long, long way in the country. So I think I take some comfort from that. And I actually was voted on the clear policies which I laid out. And I suggested to some of the government, if they had clear policies, they might find themselves in a landslide victory rather than the place they find themselves now. But there you go. But I am both of those things, elected right across the district, plus put by the position of being the mayor into the position to make the selections of the best people for the best job that I see fit. And I have done that. But thank you very much for the question, because those are good questions.
And thank you for the cordial reply. Thank you.
Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. It's especially uncomfortable to be asking questions about yourself. But look, I just want you to confirm with me, Mr. Mayor, if you can, that we began this term with a discussion where you asked me to focus pretty much solely on transport, and that this new role here, which I'm very thankful for, is a reflection of that conversation.
Well, I think that's very good. And yes and yes. And Mr. Hills, beside you, was asked to take up the rather unattractive subject of planning and has done the same thing. And Councillor Fletcher has picked up the ball and run hard with the fund, and I appreciate that. And so I think around the table it's pretty good. I should imagine if one visited Parliament, they would be very envious of the team playing that's going on here. But nevertheless, thank you for that question. Are there any more questions? Because I don't have any, in which case I'll put the vote. Sorry, Councillor Burns, a late question.
Hello, thing's not working. There we go. Thank you. And first of all, I'd just like to congratulate Victoria, Sarah and Matt on their announcement. That's great, and I look forward to seeing you flourishing in those new roles. Thank you for calling me yesterday before the announcement. I appreciate your phone call. So my question is quite clear. In our conversation, you mentioned that my behaviour and my bad behaviour was a consequence of your decision, and that if I was a good councillor, that you would reinstate me in some sort of role in the future. So because I haven't been at school or primary school for a long time, I was just wondering what constitutes being a well-behaved councillor and a good councillor that you would look to reinstate me in a role in the future. Thank you.
Well, you might like to copy the positive behaviours as a result of good results elsewhere. I mean, it's not up to me to actually determine exactly that, but there is, and I will be doing this again between now and when I finish. And so, and there have been people who have gone up and down and up. It's a team thing rather than anything else. And so that's the answer to that.
Thank you. So as a business owner, I'm very big on team and collaboration and leadership, so I understand. But it hasn't quite answered my question. So what exactly do I need to do to be a well-behaved councillor and a good councillor?
I think you've taken the word behaviour a bit strongly there. It's just how's the one contributing? And you've chosen to make your decisions, and decisions have consequences. And so you have to just think about those things.
So that's about voting. Are we clear?
Well, that's one of the things that we do here. We are elected here to make decisions on behalf of the citizens and ratepayers of the city.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm under the understanding to be a good councillor and good behaviour, I have to vote in favour.
Not necessarily, but you have to have sensible, well thought out responses and raise things during the workshops and previous discussions about getting things done. I mean, we're going through the long-term plan, which is named the long-term plan because it takes a bloody long time to get there. And we've made decisions on that today, which will reflect right through the next year until the middle of next year when we finally set the thing up. And so that during that time, all the things that you find important should be raised then, not at the last minute via a late change on the day of the decision. We've got a long time to make decisions so that if you want to have at this stage things which will increase the rate costs next year or reduce them, we've got months and months and months of opportunities to do those things. And I look forward to your contribution because you have a business background which is worth making use of. So I look forward to your contributions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I look forward to it and being part of Value for Money and supporting Desley and on the community committee. And thank you to Nick and Rachel, and I look forward to putting a star chart in my office and welcoming you and put some stars on my chart for being a well-behaved councillor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Fletcher hasn't spoken, and then Councillor Lee wants another crack.
Thank you. My question is through you, Your Worship, to Phil Wilson. I acknowledge, Phil, that under the legislation, the Mayor's prerogative is to do precisely what he wishes in terms of the appointment of committee chairs and so forth. What I want is the assurance that that will not influence staff and the ability for individual councillors to access staff and the provision of contestable policy advice. So I guess I'm asking you to confirm in this public meeting the level of objectivity and neutrality. I mean, the Mayor's office for his staff to be appointed, but I am asking this solely around the objectivity of all other staff.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm very clear, and the council is very clear, and absolutely committed to supporting all councils, all councillors. Our obligation is to the governing body as a whole, and to all of you individually and collectively as members, and we will be free and frank and independent in our perspective, our professional staff advice, and it's available to all of you equitably.
I appreciate that because it's good to know that it's going to be without fear or favour. Thank you.
Very good question, and I would have been horrified if you hadn't had an answer to it exactly like that. Everybody should have the same access to all the information. It's a matter of asking, and they should get the same answers from the staff who are giving it. Councillor Lee, one more crack.
Yeah, the longer this goes on, the worse it gets. Mr. Mayor, am I right from from what we heard from Councillor Burns, that you called up the councillor and gave her a bit of a lecture about her behaviour. You, of all people, given what's been in the media for the past month, isn't that a double standard?
I didn't give her a lecture, I responded to her questions. Okay, there are no further questions. I shall put the motion. All those in favour?
Division, please.
Sorry? I shall not answer questions. I shall just conduct the debate.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and I certainly take on board your comment about your own endorsement and the landslide victory that, in your own words anyway, makes you the most popular politician in New Zealand. I would just say, in passing though, that I think Auckland's electoral cycle probably bears more resemblance to that of the far north district council from 2007 to 13, where the incumbent went from a landslide 10,081 plummeted to 2,502, which I think was a 75% decrease, probably one of the biggest defeats and turnaround in local government history. So things can change, Mr. Mayor. However, we're here today to look at the appointments, and as I said in my questioning, this is important decisions today, and we have been told via a number of outlets that Aucklanders need our most pragmatic, hard-working councillors in leadership positions to get the job well done. I don't think anyone disagrees with that. We need people wanted to take Auckland forward to make decisions with Auckland's best interest in mind. Well, again, I would hope that would, include everyone that sits around here, because the fact that you vote against something often means you're for something else. Okay, so it's not just a vote or expression of negativity. It can be other values or other solutions have, and I would suggest that in most votes we have around here, that is in fact the case. And it certainly was, I think, for a number of the people who have been treated rather less respectfully than I think a number of them deserve here today. And I think despite comments to the obvious, it's pretty clear that people have been targeted for the way they voted in the annual plan, and other people's instance for their votes, and other, what I'd say, were controversial issues where the people who are making a stand different from the majority are often doing it as a consequence of representations made to them by members of the public. And I thought that was a fundamental role of a councillor and a fundamental role of a healthy democracy, but maybe I'm mistaken. And certainly over the last month in particular, if we're looking for leadership, I don't know that that's been all that apparent if you look around, and there is certainly something rather ironic if we're talking about performance and conduct and behaviour when we look at the veritable litany of misconduct, both alleged and actual, that's surfaced in the papers over the last little while. And I notice some of the people who are quick to make comments today have been noticeably mute when there's been accusations flying around of female councillors being abused in the most foul-mouthed and obscene manner. Didn't hear too many howls of protest there. And that's important because leadership, true leadership, whether it's a sports team or whether it's in a council, comes from people who stand up and speak up for others, for compatriots, for colleagues, whether you agree with them or not. And again, unfortunately, that hasn't been particularly evident around this table. I hope maybe some of the newly appointed people might prove themselves to be different in that respect, but we'll wait and see. And I guess a good example of that was in one of the articles in the otherwise impressive Post, and journalist who writes there was this reference to the seven, not the magnificent seven, the subjugated seven, I think, as being caves. They were called caves. And that acronym apparently stood for constantly against virtually everything. Constantly against virtually everything. And not only is that woefully inaccurate, when I actually saw that acronym, I thought of some other words, and I thought actually they're not the right words that should be in there. And when I reflect on proceedings here today, I think my words is another version of caves, and please feel free to use it, Mr. Mayor, in your its press releases. My caves was cronyistic, autocratic, vindictive egomania. And for me, that was a caves that more aptly sums up today's proceedings and the process that we've just been through.
Thank you for that. Caves was actually a thing that came from Gilbert Anoka, the All Black mental health coach. It's not invented by me or anybody else. It's something that comes from Gilbert Anoka. And he found that even in the All Blacks he had caves. And so it's not something that I brought up, invented. Oh, well, if the hat fits, wear it. But Deputy Mayor, please.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Look, there are very few things the Mayor can do by himself without the vote of others. And choosing committees, saying who's going to lead them, is one of them. And that's what you've done. Look, I'm only going to talk about my Value for Money Committee. I'm delighted to welcome 2 new members of the Value for Money Committee. Councillor Winiata as Deputy. You've got big shoes to fill. Victoria did a very, very good job. And Councillor Gillen, I really welcome you. You've been one of the councillors, along with Matt, who've turned up. I was going to say uninvited. That's not the word. You're invited when you're not part of the committee anyway. And you've already brought some good ideas to the table. So I welcome those 2 people. But the big win for Value for Money that you may or may not have picked while everyone's worrying about who's got a job and a different job or the same job or whatever, is the fact that the Mayor has agreed to put an extra independent person on Value for Money. That is not a councillor, not a staff member, but somebody new. It's a third eye. I think one of the big criticisms out there in the great wide world of Auckland when they look at council and its finances is that I've heard the term, you need a forensic accountant, or I don't think council is doing it hard enough, or I think there's other ways of looking at it. And thank you, Mayor. I really want to thank you because I know that saving money and doing things differently is something that you are passionate about. We've seen that recently with the Better Value projects, knocked off 30 million, and then got a target now of 70 million. So we will have a separate person who will be a separate third eye for council staff and what they're proposing. And I think that will be very positive for Value for Money. That's just my term. Because next year, this year, we have got a huge mountain to climb. You know, our savings budget is 106 million, but arguably it will be double that. We heard today that we have budgeted for 25 million of fuel, and actually staff are already saying that looks 10 to 12 million more, close to 37 million. We know that inflation is tracking higher and interest rates are tracking higher, and that could give us anywhere between $100 and $150 million more to find. Our Value for Money Committee is going to be tough. I want to acknowledge Councillors Bartley, Burns, Ferry, Newman, Sayers, Short, and the 2 Haukura members, along with the 2 new members for Value for Money. And thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to stay and get on with the job because it's going to be tough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Gillen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, firstly, I appreciate being added to the Value for Money Committee, as Councillor Deputy Mayor has just mentioned, and for her for advocating for me to be there. I've been attending the meetings this term and look forward to being able to fully participate there. However, it is disappointing that the recommendation from the Mayor to remove me from Deputy Chair of Regulatory Safety seems to have been based on my voting record on matters outside of that committee, rather than the merit on how I performed as Deputy Chair of that committee. It is a responsibility of all councillors to bring to the table differing viewpoints from their wards and not just rubber stamp what is in front of us or what we've been told to support. We should actually be having multiple options put forward by councillors at every significant item, as this is supposed to be a contest of ideas. We shouldn't have group think. No one here should be getting whipped and rewarded with chair positions. That is not good governance. I will continue to represent my ward and their concerns and continue to champion my election promises around this table. And while I appreciate the Mayor giving me a heads up yesterday on his proposal to demote me, it is my recollection of our conversation that he linked the reasoning of the demotion to my voting record and also to my attendance at a community event opposing the fast tracking of 8-storey buildings in Devonport, which is 4 storeys over the unitary plan height limit. I was actually there in my role as a ward councillor, as I should have been. And I note that the Devonport Flagstaff recently had on the front page an article linking the developer to the Mayor's electoral fund, which is a matter of public record, and I really hope that that has nothing to do with it, as that would be very inappropriate. I will leave things there. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Gillen. I don't know if it needs a response, but I did note that you had quite disparaging remarks about the chairperson of that committee, which is not a good position to be as a deputy. But thank you for the debate, everybody. At the moment, I am in a position to put the motion, and it has been called to have a division. So we will have a division, and if those of you who can find your way through the computer, I'm hoping I can, we'll go ahead and take the vote. Really? You've spoken on everything all day long, please.
I don't have to speak then? Fine.
What were you saying? You can't vote on your machine? That's all right. Okay. Thank you. Well, I'm sure if you can send a message somehow or other through the ether, we'll pick up with your yay or nay on this one. Send it out.
Okay, I think the vote is starting now.
Sorry, mine is not working, but I vote for. Thanks. It's Councillor Foley.
Councillor Newman.
Well, I've already sent a message through to say that I'll back it.
Okay, thank you.
What about Alf? My else voted. Fully's voted.
So it's carried 13-8.
Okay, thank you for that. That completes the day, and I'll close the meeting. Thank you for attending. Cheers.